friends of yours when you come to the checkpoint firewall. Number one is your support center. So whatever the you want the solution in Palo Alto, they have KBs like whatever solution you want, you just go to the site, you search, okay, I want this, okay, like that. You will do that with this support center tab. Okay, if you see here is a products and the solution also give you the product. So when you click that, you will see the checkpoint world what they have actually with them. So they are more now with the quantum network security. What this means, whatever the latestly coming, solutions they call it like a quantum. So they have the Maestro, which is a orchestration kind of devices. Okay, this is Maestro, and they have the other solutions which will we see here. But for now, here the highlight is what they have, as a large scale environment. Okay. So one is quantum solution, another one is cloud guard. This is the actual your cloud solution. So you have Azure, Google Cloud, and the Amazon. When you log into that and you want to install the checkpoint firewalls, you will see the name cloud guard. Okay, keep in mind, right? Likewise they have the other products. These are not something is a scope of us for now, because they are more of your doing the filtering on the threat analysis and everything like that. Okay, yeah, all those things, threat cloud and everything. Uh, that is something the security analysis engineer, they do that work and they use these products. For us, this too is important. Okay, now if you come to the solution, here you will see the actual products what they have. Okay, so if I'm selecting the whatever the product line, the cloud security, network security, user access and security, endpoints, everything, you will get as per your requirement. If you want to do more on these products, you just have to select. And for example, I'm selecting that, and you will see the things what that product have, like the details, webinars, and everything. Okay, these things. So this is like how the site looks, but as I told you, your main friend is this guy, support center. So when you click to the support center, uh, you will come to this page, and this is the something search bar which you need to use all the time. This search bar, okay. So whatever you want to search, whatever you want to do, you have to deliver from here. For example, I want to search, say, some issues I have with related to the Magic Mac. I'm just giving any wording here, say Magic Mac, okay. And if I search that thing, it will give me all the relations they found with the Magic Mac, all the skills, right here. So if you click this document, you will get, okay, this is something they already face, and these are the steps you need to use to remediate that things. Okay, this is here I am just giving an example. Whatever query you have in your mind, you just have to type here. You will get some output for sure. Okay, and here is documentation part. If you want to learn something with your search, if they match some documentation, if they have those documents, you will get it from here. Okay, so the admin guides, whatever it is, installation guide, As per your search, if it match the criteria, you will get those details. And this guy, Checkmate, is the community. Like a Palo Alto have their own community. So Checkpoint have the Checkmate community. And this community is the lifesaver, man. So you need to create your account and log into this community. This community will give you answers for whatever the query. If you have any query, you have to just post your questions here. Okay. uh, and within a day or two, experts, all the experts from the checkpoint, like I don't know, you know this guy, that there is some guy called uh, a phone guy who was very famous for giving the all the checkpoint answers and everything. So he is now part of the checkpoint, and this guy actually responds here. Okay, so yeah, no, for example, this guy, this is the requester like you and me. He just posted something, and the people's, who's on the this, they are responding. So this is the guy, actually, the phone guy. This is the guy who give you the answer on that. So yeah, so this is a very important community what we have on the checkpoint side. Okay, yeah. So now again I'm going to this support center, and I wanted to show you from where you can download the OS. Okay, and now this is your friend for all these activities. If you see here, give me one sec. What happened here? Okay, so this guy, install and upgrade. Okay, so very first tab is upgrade and install. If you click that, this tab, once it's not responding, let me click again to the site. Upgrade user. So basically, you will reach here only when you click this upgrade wizard. I don't know why I'm not able to select it. So basically, you will reach here, and you will see if you want to upgrade, you will get the OS from here, or if you want to have a new installation, you will get OS here. For now, just see the new installation. Okay, and I'm clicking next. It will give you, what installation you want to have. So what product line you have for now, like that. The things they ask. For example, you want to have a security management server to OS to be downloaded. Select that. Why it is so slow, I don't know, because of the remote session or something, but it's okay. And hardware appliances type. For example, you have open server or their own appliances like this. You have to select this thing. Appliance models. If you select open server, it will only give you the open server. Which operating system you are interested in. So let me select it. Okay, so Gaia, secure platform, Linux, Windows, which platform you want to have this? So we usually work with the Gaia. Gaia is the OS name. Yeah, Gaia is their OS. So likewise, the secure platform is they have the OS. For that, they call it like a splat. These are the platforms, not the actual OS. So they call it like R81.10 Gaia OS like that. But these are the actual platforms. So whatever the platforms we use for having with the appliances. So one platform you can say, or a Linux, you will install the OS. Uh, you can use this operating system format Linux. If you want to install that OS, you have to use the operating platform like a Windows. I mean, you are installing on the Windows. Likewise, on the Gaia platform, if you want to do that, we will install the OS, but there is no actual such thing present anywhere. Like we have a Windows Server, we have a Linux OS, right? First two options are not actually present anywhere, so I can't tell you that okay, go here and download this platform, like you download like a Windows Server, like that we download something like a Gaia. No, this is just a name, and we all actually play with the Gaia. Secure platform is already depreciated, degraded. So, uh, so we don't have that anymore. But they still have here mentioned. So you got this point? Yeah. So select Gaia, and then what version you want. So latest version they have R81.10, right? If you want that OS, you just select that and then say next, and then it will give you the actual OS. If you just click here, it will ask you, okay, download that OS. If you say download, that OS will actually start downloading, right? It's that easy to get the OS, right? Okay, so this is a walkthrough with the website, but also there are important stuff here. So hardware compatibility list. This is crucial when you walk in your new organization, and you will approach that okay, I have this say Dell server, and we want to have the checkpoint or OS to be installed. So tell us the which is the right OS we will go. So this is your friend here, hardware compatibility list. So for example, your company come with this guy, say they told you that okay, I have this power edge R360, so give us the OS which we can install here, which are the supported one. So you will just come here and you will see the check marks. Okay, R80.10 is check mark, that means this is installable. uh, and this guy is dot dash. So if they ask you to install this, you will say, okay, this will not install because that is not supported. You got my point? Yeah, a lot of things are there. So give me one second. Let me clear this pen part from here. Um, this guy. Okay. So you can, we are looking now open servers, right? You have the other options here. Add-on devices, virtual machines, and the list goes on and on. I mean, you know, yes, 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 yes. So, uh, yeah, but keep in mind you have to come here and check hardware compatibility list. Why? If you propose them something, okay, it's installed in a Juniper, but that appliance things or whatever the device is not mentioned here, and you will see this sort of things like unchecked things. Yeah, so it will not work, right? So that's why I shown you this part. Yeah. Okay. Give me one more second. This pane, I just wanted to close it and again open it because it's not giving me the correct throughput. Hmm, Mm. Yes, yes. I'll just tell you those things also. Uh, so basically, we used to have the data sheets for all these things. Uh, if you come here and search, like, okay, checkpoint, small scale solutions like this. Okay, downloads. Or best part, what you can do is see like data sheets, search like data sheets, and it will give you all the data sheets what they have for the products they have. Although it's a kind of task you need to do where you have to go to the product and check their products one by one, which product offers what. But this is the important things. You just go ahead and do this. Ask for the data sheet. Uh, you will get all the data sheets, and basically the data sheets, for example, what it has. I'll just show you. So basically, it gives you all about the appliance, uh, what it have. I mean, how the interface is, what is the support, where you can use that things. What is the performance specific? I mean, the specifications, right? What configuration throughputs you want, uh, like that. So, and for having the the small scale big scale things, you just have to come here and search your products, the solutions according to your requirement. So here's a small and medium scale business. So with that, they mentioned some sort of products here. But okay, this is what something you can consider for small scale or medium scale. So let me see if we get some products here. Request demo, learn more. If you click learn more. So this site is everything for you. I mean, if you want to learn more and if you, someone asks you something, just come to this site and try to explore the things. Uh, uh, mm. Yeah. No, yeah, that is what I wanted to show you here. But right now the sites options got changed. Uh, that's why, because I have the model listed on my, I can give you those details right away. Okay, but what important thing is for me, you will get it from the site. Okay, now you are seeing on the model details. Okay, so this is a small scale, right? Industrial appliances. So if you just click this thing, you will get it more detail on that, like how those things, what other things are there, like that, right? Yeah. So you have too many things, appliances, small scale. They start from 4,000 series, 5,000 series. If someone asks you over the interview, tell me which model you have worked on, just tell them 4,000 series, 5,000 series, 6,000 series, and latestly I worked on say 15,000 series, like that. So these all are the, and it's not like that. Like Palo Alto, you have the Panorama. They start with like a M100, 200, like that. Here, everything comes with the this thing. say I worked on the 4006 appliances. So the management server, like a Panorama, we have like a Smart 125, which is a 4000 series, like that. And the security gateway is also 4000 series. If you tell like that, that is more than enough. Got it? Okay. So this is a little bit of walkthrough over the side. First thing, what you need to do after this session, you have to come here, put it, click on a sign up, sign in, and you have to sign up here. Okay. Why it is important? I will show you next lecture because that is something useful for your licensing and everything. So usually with the checkpoint product demo part, we'll get a 15 days license. But I have a technique method where you can, get the license for more than 15 days, like a 30 days. And not only with the small products, the license I'll give you for all the products, whatever the blades, like URL filtering, application, threat prevention, anti-malware, the VSX, whatever the checkpoint have, I'll provide you the license. But first thing you need to do, come here, create your account, and be ready. Okay. Anything comes related to the checkpoint, the number one thing which is called FCR. FCR stand for Firewall Change Request. Yeah. So every day, okay, every day. This is my experience. Based on that, I'm telling you. This is comes under the the operational work. If you are a part of the operational team, then you have to deliver these FCRs. Okay, what the FCR means? Generally, in Palo Alto, you will get the request like, okay, do the configuration, do that, okay, basic things. FCR is more involved with the policy configuration. Okay, so they generally give you details. Okay, this is my source IP. This is my destination IP. These are the ports or the services I want to allow, and sometimes they give you the target gateways. Okay, where you want to install which firewall. Okay, but most of the time they don't give you these details. You need to search based on your understanding, right? So targeting the this I mean the finding the security gateway is the difficult task, but I'm sure with your colleagues help and everything, you will deliver this three part configuring the policies and everything will cover. One of the critical part is finding, because in environment we only not have only one gateway, they must be having multiple gateways, and they just give you the source, destination, and port. Based on that, you need to understand where you have to go ahead and install the things, right? So one thing is your FCR. The second thing is your actual device configuration. Okay, device config. So what comes under the device config is your daily work related to the routing. So basically, what they ask you, do the changes on the routing. It's not regularly asked, okay, because it's a this big thing, but at least they will ask you, do the troubleshooting for the routing. So whether this is your one host, what they have request to reach somewhere, and there is your firewall. Okay, so whether the firewall, this host is reaching to the firewall and the packet is routed correctly from the firewall to the rest destination. Okay, so this troubleshooting at least they will ask you for day-to-day basis work. Okay, apart from that, everyday troubleshooting is like giving you whatever the small big details, and they ask you whether, let's see, the packet is hitting to the firewall, or it's dropping from the firewall, you know what firewall is doing with that packet. So, such sort of things they will, ask you. So this is what the day-to-day task what we have, and apart from that, on regular intervals, you need to perform the backups, right, of your firewalls. Uh, if they ask you to upgrade, you need to upgrade the firewalls. So upgrade in the sense you have yes, you have right now say R80.30 OS installed, and important thing. So just for now, just understand R80.30 you have, and they ask you, now R80.30 is going away. We want to upgrade to the next secure version, but just go for R81 like that. We saw that, right? There is R81 as well. So like that, you need to perform the upgrade. So that is your day-to-day task. This is what basically we ask, right? At least you should have the idea, yeah, yeah, where you will go and do that, and what time you need to reach to the tag. Okay, because what happens, as you are new, we already given a contract from the checkpoint. Okay, you can open a ticket with that, but these things get monitored. Okay, how many tickets are you opening, and if you are opening ticket for any silly things, you know so your impression will get down. So that's why at least you do sufficient amount of your work. Okay, this is what my findings are. And again, I'm not able to go more than this. We need a tag involved here from the checkpoint. Then you raise a ticket. So likewise, you are justifying your job, right? That is what the purpose is. So checkpoint have a three-tier architecture. What this three-tier architecture means, you need to have a separate PC where you have the applications like a dashboard, like smart upgrade. They have this application, I'll show you, like IPS blade and everything. So all this comes with this smart console. The next lab, what we're going to see will be having these things in place, right? How we can download the smart console, how can we install this thing in the PC. So the three-tier architecture, the three-tier architecture, tier one is this guy, okay, smart console. This is your PC. For example, you just ask me, okay, I have my PC and I am going to access rest of the things like that. This is your PC, okay. Then there is comes like a management server, SMS. As in a Palo Alto, we have the Panorama. Likewise, we have the management server. They call it Security Management Server, SMS server. Okay. So this management server is responsible for doing all the configuration. So whatever the configuration you will do it from this PC. But actually, this console, whatever you are accessing on this PC, you'll be getting from this guy. Okay, so that dashboard I said, you have a console application, but you have to connect that here, and from here you will be getting those details here. Okay, yeah, so that communication need to be there, right? That's why we first installed management server. Okay, we yet not installed the security gateway. We have just installed the management server. The first lab what we did is the config installation of the management server. Yet it's not completed, but this is what we are doing this. And there is a thumb rule. Management server OS should be higher or equal to the security gateway. For example, this guy we have R80.30 Gaia OS. Okay, what we just installed, and this security gateway should have the same OS or the less SSL OS, I mean the previous OS. If this security guy have the OS say R81, this will not work. So higher preference should be given to the SMS. It should have the higher version of OS or equal OS what this guy have or the higher. Is this point clear? This is very important point because uh, yes, because this is important thing. Let me clear the screen. So checkpoint firewall architecture, divided in such a way that the management server, the SMS, okay, it should contain or have the operating system version higher than or equal to the security gateway. So right now what we did, we installed R80.30 on our lab, right? So this is the version. I'll show you the map of the versions. Like we have R80.30, R77, R81. So R81 is the latest one and is the higher version, and R80.30 is the previous version for the R81, right? So right now, if I have the R80.30 on my manual server and my security gateway, I want to install R81. So yeah, so this is not possible. Why? My management server having smaller version and my gateway will have a higher version. So the mapping and the communication will not happen well, right? So that scenario is the wrong scenario. So what I am trying to tell you that this guy, this management server, it should have similar version, for example R81 to work this thing well, or for example R82. This is not yet released, but I'm just saying R82. Okay, this should work. But if this guy having the latest, lower versions like R77 or R80, okay, then this scenario will not work. Why? Because this is a higher version. So gateway should have at least same version what the management server have or the lower one. Clear? So this is very important topic or the point. This is always asked during the interview. Okay? Yeah. So that was the second layer, this guy. And the third layer is your security gateway. So whatever configuration you will do here, that need to be pushed to the security gateway as we do on a Palo Alto firewall. Model. Yes, got it. So here OS you are using Gaia platform and here using Linux. No, I'm just saying. So this is not work. So here should be Gaia. Here also should be Gaia. Here should be Linux. This guy also should have Linux. Here have a Windows. This guy also should have Windows. Right? So we only, that's what I'm saying. Don't bother about the different things. We only have the Gaia. Okay, Gaia. And see, Windows, Linux. To be honest, it's been like 12, 13 years I'm working on the industry. And initially I was used to see the Windows, okay. But now people realize there is a lot of flaws and hacking chances with the Windows. So this is not coming up. to the latest versions, and Linux also there. To be honest, I haven't worked so far on the Linux things. Everywhere I work on the graph right now. Okay, that's why I'm emphasizing more on the graph right now, right? And nothing changes. The options looks, everything looks feels similar. But the only thing is that you are doing like a Windows, like a right clicking on it, like doing that. Nothing else. Got my point? Yeah, yeah. So this is what the management server and the security gateway. As I said, whatever you will do on a management server, that need to be pushed on the security gateway, right? So this configuration will do on Smart Console. Here we'll say install policy. That policy from here to here will push. Now, why this arrangement is important? Why they come up with such arrangement? In a scenario, for example, uh, this is in a one data center. This guy is another data center. Okay, and this is your home PC. In a scenario, there is a power loss and this guy got down because of the distributed installation. Like this, we call as distributed installation. This will go down, but the firewall is up, right? There's no issue here. So whatever network traffic is passing, there is no impact from the, yeah. So that's why they come up with this arrangement, right? At least there is a dependency that okay, my management server goes down, I will not impact it. Okay. Mhm. 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 Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. So if you think logically, are you logging to your PC to access the panorama? So this, yeah, so this is your PC only, right? Okay, but you are directly giving the URL of panorama and getting. But here, they have the every vendor have the different architecture, and the checkpoint has a blade architecture. You must be heard in the future blade architecture. What the blade architecture means for your IPS, they have a separate console, separate tab. Okay, for your policy, they have a separate tab. I mean, say this is your uh, firewall console, and these are the tabs. So one tab is for your IPS, one tab is for policy, one tab is for your URL filtering, one tab is for your smart connect, whatever it is. Okay. When you open a console, it look like that. But you also have a flexibility where you just come here and only download the application. For example, smart event. Okay, is one of the blade. Okay, smart event is one of the blade. So from the PC, you only download this and open this. Okay, and work on this. So for example, people do the reporting work. So they don't have to give the firewall console access, right? So what we will do, we only give them the smart event access for the reporting work or for the eventing work, and this blade only installed into their PC, right? So this things are not installed, right? So with only this, they will work and do their work. So like that, they have a blade kind of architecture, and which makes your life easy, right? In this guy Palo Alto, you have to give the limited access via consoles. So these are the things not visible like that. Like that, you can do like here. Okay, got my point? Okay, any doubts so far? Okay, so next slide. So you know what is stateful inspection? Okay, so Checkpoint claim that they have invented this technology. They have a patent for the uh, checkpoint uh, stateful inspection. Basically, what is stateful inspection? Uh, you have your firewall, you have your packet, your IP packet, TCP packet. Okay, the packet have different fields like header and all those things. Okay, that is a packet header. But when the actual packet comes to the firewall, which form it comes? First, you have it like a source IP address, then destination IP address, then source port, then destination port, and then protocol. Right? This is the form the packet comes to the firewall. Right? So what stateful inspection does, it captures these details. Okay, and it stores into the state table. And checkpoint says they have the dynamic state table here, as you see. So this details stored here, and whenever the next packet comes and it matches the details. Okay, so when first time packet comes to your gateway, all this processing happens. For example, this gateway, this is a packet. The packet comes. Okay, this is a new packet. Then uh, the details get captured, details get stored, policy get verified, routing happen, everything. Okay, so this thing happens with the first packet. But having these details stored into the state table, whenever the similar sort of packet or the next packet come with for this communication, it won't inspect all these details. Based on the state table, it will accept the packet. Why? Yes. And your speed of the packet processing increase. Okay. This is what I am trying to explain on the next slide, how it works. Okay, for your better understanding. So this is how the checkpoint firewall treat the stateful inspection. So we'll go slide by slide. So this is the NIC of your firewall interface. When the packet from the outside world hit to your firewall interface, what happens? Okay, so it's a packet passed through the NIC to the inspection module. The inspection module inspect the packet and their data. So once the packet hit to your firewall to the NIC interface, it inspect those 5 fields: source IP, destination IP, source port, destination port, protocols. Right? That is what the first thing happens. Number one. Now next. Then the packet are matched to the policy rule, one rule at a time. Packet that do not match any rule get dropped. So once that state got captured, the next thing happens, the packet matches with the rules. Okay, the firewall has the top-down approach for the rules. The first rule is your top rule. Second rule is, for example, like that. Rules are get matched. 1, 2, 3. That is the sequence. Okay. So what happens? The packet matches the rules. If it's I mean the rule is there for allowing that packet or not allowing that packet. If there is no match found, the packet get dropped. Okay. The next thing is that all these things, uh, what happens, the logs get generated. Okay, so we need to give one thing over policy. There is something called uh, policy. When you configure the policy, there are so different types. So one of the tab is there like log. So you have to enable that. Okay, so this action takes place. Logging and alerting for that happens. Okay, and then packet that passes inspection are moved through the TCP/IP stack to the destination. Then it will go to the destination. So, for example, the request is accessing this web server, which is in a DMZ. So then it goes to there. Okay. Next. Now, the packet which we have the policy configured for the drop purpose, right? So that packet get dropped by the policy, right? The packet that do not pass inspection and do not apply any rules and drop without sending acknowledgement. But the packet which dropped having the policy in place, okay, that time the negative apply. I mean the firewall saying reject acknowledgement to the sender that okay your packet is rejected or dropped due to the policy not allowing it, right? So this question is generally also asked, what do you mean by drop and reject? You got the answer? Okay. Now let's see the deployment consideration. So this is also important thing, as you are saying that okay we have the Palo Alto and everything is installed on the same appliances. So that is the standalone deployment. Okay. So in standalone deployment with your own one appliances, you have the SMS installed, you have the gateway installed. Okay. But what is the problem of this scenario? If this appliances goes down, then your gateway also goes down, SMS also goes down, so you have a outage, right? But when we talk about the next deployment, which is called distributed deployment, we just explain about that, how the distribution environment works. So here you have one management server, you have one gateway. In case this guy goes down, this will up, but that's why there is a no outage. Got it? That is the second way. This is the deployment things, and this is how you also can do the deployment. So say you have two appliances similar kind, so you make them in a cluster, put into the cluster. So with one checkpoint appliance you have the security management server and gateway, and the other one you also have the same things. In this scenario, for example, this goes down, it will fail over, and this will make, I mean this will serve the purpose, right? Single appliance, but you have a two pair, okay, one and two, and they are in a cluster. Yeah, this is a standalone, this is standalone, but uh, they you have a pair, so if this goes down, at least this will work. But this solution is also costlier because you need to purchase a two appliance, right? That's why we usually go with the distributed deployment. One SMS, one gateway, distributed deployment. Got my point? or are we disconnected? Yeah, are you able to see my screen? Okay, okay, okay. So next, I think you're clear with the deployment. Okay. Yeah, if they want to have, these two things in a one appliance and they really wanted to buy the new appliances, you can have that in place. Yes, 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 yes. So this is your SMS, and you have one more SMS. You can configure HA, right? Likewise, in a security gateway, you can have the HA. Okay. Okay, the maximum organization what they don't care about this HA because even if this goes down, nothing much happens because you don't install the policy every day, right? Yeah. Gateway must have HA because the traffic is passing on the gateway. But you, yeah. So now the next point is secure internal communication. This is the communication which your SMS do with your gateway. Okay, so how your panorama communicate to the uh, Palo Alto firewalls? You have to give the group ID, right? Firewall, what they call serial number, right? And it get connected. So there is that simple, but here it work different way. So we need to establish a secure internal communication between your SMS and your gateway, right? And once you install the secure internal communication, then only you are able to push the policies or impose the things, okay, to the gateway. So that is what I have just tried to explain here. So I'm just reading it for you. Checkpoint platform product authenticates each other through one of these secure internal communication methods. And this communication involves these three things. One is certificate exchange, one is your standard TLS secure channel creations. So uh, the communication is not only involved the simple communication between the like in a Palo Alto, you just have to give the serial number and it works. But here, all these parameters need to be matched. So the TLS for the creation of the channel, and for this they use these encryption methods 3DS, AES 128. Latestly, I think they use AES latest version like 256 or I have to check. But this is what you know is important. And these guys they works on a different ports. So in a classic way they call it like 18 triple X ports. So here it changed like for example 18211 for certificate pool push whatever it is like that they comes. But keep in mind the port used here 18 triple X. Okay, triple X will vary like 211, 210, 209 as per the whatever the scenario we are dealing like pushing the certificate, pulling the certificate, and whatever it is. Okay, all right. So now on the lab we will see this part. Okay, for the theoretical, you have any question here? Yeah, I mean, this is first session is critical important because if you know the base, then lab is like it's like the toy for you. But these are things not clear, then difficult, no? Yeah. So next thing, how you can initialize the trust. So these are the basic steps we are going to see. So when you open a smart console security gateway, you need to see there is something called general properties. Again, give me one sec. So you will see something called general properties, and inside that, you will see the page like communication. Basically, let me show you the next slide. So this is how you will see when you open this thing. Here, you have to give these details like uh, one-time password, uh, and this password you need to remember because this password is used most of the time when you lost the this connection between your SMS and the gateway. So if you want to re-establish a communication, this password only use. You know. So this is basic theory.
Install R81.10 Fred's install. Let's begin. I have already downloaded the OS, so let me go to the download folder, take R81.10 OS. This is a VM platform, and this will be the open server installation. Let's select uh, proper versions for the operating system. This is your SMS. Let me select the location where I wanted to have this OS to be installed. Let's say it's in D drive. Okay, okay. Let me create one folder here. New folder which called as SMS. All right. Next, give the memory space. Uh, Before putting this all the details like hard disk space, RAM, and everything, try to check the release notes. You can uh, Google it, the release notes. So basically, go for the R80, sorry, R81.10, sorry, R81.10 Gaia release notes. It's a checkpoint. All right, so very first page it will give you all entire documentations, and if you check here there may be some link for the release notes. Okay, document package. A lot of details there, but I don't see release note. Okay, here. If you click to release note, it will take you to the release note and it will give you what are the hardware compatibility requirements. So follow this guide, uh, check support environments, check lot of details, whatever the details available here. Just go through all this document. Okay, open server requirement. So this is what minimum hardware requirement. So check that and perform your configuration accordingly. So for management gateway, it's asking you need to have 8 gigabit of RAM, and for security gateway it's 4 gigabit of RAM. Let's see. Let's give say 40 gigabit of hard disk, and RAM it's saying 8 gigabyte, but I'm giving it little bit low, say around 7644. Give the processor requirements, so I'll be giving 2 but let's see what they are listing here. 2 total CPU is enough, that is fine. All right, this is your configuration part, so you can add whatever different network interfaces you want. For now I'm just adding 2. One is your bridge mode and another is NAT mode, that is fine. Rest you can keep it as it is. Now let's close it, let's say finish, and now let's power on the SMS. See here they mention that within a 55 seconds you need to perform this operation. Make a note of this thing here. If you see, the timer is kicking. So if you do not select this version here, like install Gaia, right, system, it will automatically go for this option, do not install Gaia, boot from the local drive option. All right, let's go for the installation. So it will start initialization and it will do all the background checks, whatever it is. I mean, if it whatever the suitable things for the OS to be installed. So you need to be with me, and it is important to see each and every part of this installation, because in open server or in an appliance or in a production environment, the steps will be the same. So be with me till this installation completes. I also wanted to tell you guys I have too many videos on Checkpoint Firewall, Palo Alto Firewall, Checkpoint Firewall command lines and everything. If you are new to my channel, please go ahead and watch my all the videos. Those are very informative and you will be getting expert level knowledge on that, on these technologies. All right, make this okay, select language. I'm keeping default everything for now. Okay, let me give the admin password. Let me configure interface 1, interface 0 without any default gateway for now. So this settings, it's depending on your environment. So whatever you have with your environment, according to you need to configure IP addresses, gateways and everything. Now it will install the package and it will take a couple of minutes. So I'll be back once this installation is completed. Installation is got completed successfully. Let's reboot the gateway. It will take a minute or two to reboot the gateway. I am hoping I am able to ping the IP address from my system. Let me go to this. Here you need to accept the certificate. Give your username and password. Next, continue with R81.10 configuration. Next, I'll be selecting the default settings for now. Give it a name, SMS. Domain names, firewall.com. Let's give Google DNS for now. Next, default time setting. Next. So I want this to be a simple security management server. So uncheck the box for security gateway, security management. Define security management server as primary. You have to have this check mark here. Automatically download and install blade contracts, new software, and other important data. This is important because whenever you uh, whenever you try to upgrade your uh, management server or a gateway, if this option, if this is not checked, you'll be having issue. So this need to be checked for sure. Next, use guy admin for now as a guy administrator. That is fine. For now, any IP address is okay. Next. Now let me show you. Improve product experience, send crash data which might contain the personal data to checkpoint and everything. By clicking this box, you agree to share your crash data to the checkpoint. That is fine. Finish. And now it will install whatever the products we have from the checkpoint, R81.10, and I believe it should take a minute or two to complete this process. So let's wait until this process get completed. I'm hoping I have our smart console for R81.10. So once this installation is completed, we'll directly log into this smart console. Before that, I will show you also from where you can download this smart console. It is available with the installation itself. Okay, Compatibility package is getting installed. Just wait for a minute. Completed successfully. Let me show you where and download the smart console. Let's complete this thing. Oh, let's log in from here. That's HTTP. Okay, give the username and the password. think it's also logged in from here. Let me close. So if you see here, from here you can download your R81.10 Smart Console application. Right? You have to just click the download link and everything will be downloaded. I mean, the Smart Console client will be downloaded. Alright, let me log out from this. So this is how you can do the basic installation of. We have installed R81.10 Gaia OS into management server. In this video we'll be going to install the same OS, not the same OS, R80.30 Gaia OS into the gateway, because we wanted to test R81.10 management part of it, and the gateway it's okay, we will have below versions. So I have I have done the basic installation, so I have just started with the gateway and I have just installed a basic OS. Now the web UI is pending, so let me go to the Google Chrome, and from here let me type the IP address for the gateway: 192.168.1.11. Okay, right, accept the default things, give the password. Okay, checkpoint first time configuration wizard. Next, continue with the R80.30 configuration. Next, have the default things. I will configure ETH1 letter, give the name. So this is my gateway 1, which is having our 80.30 OS. Domain name is firewallgan.com. DNS server will be the Google DNS. Next, default time setting. This will be the security gateway, so I'm selecting the security management server. Next, yeah, one more thing. This will be the part of the cluster Excel. So if in case we need to have this cluster Excel in place, we'll be giving this option, right? Next, does this gateway have dynamically assigned IP addresses? No. When you have something like your ISP is providing the IPs to your gateway, for example, your gateway is on external side world and next is your ISP gateway. From there they have the DHCP services enabled and your gateway is getting the IP addresses from there. In that case you need to select this option yes, otherwise in a normal scenario it should be no. This is the important step. You need to give the activation key. The activation key will be useful when you're going to establish SIC, secure internal communication, between your management server and the gateway. And if you want to learn more on this, just read this thing. What is SIC? All right. Capture the screenshot and read these things. Next, and finish. And one more thing. If you see there is something called improved product experience by sending data to checkpoint, always check this box. Start the process. So I believe it will take a minute or two to finish. Let me see if I have R81.10. Yeah, I got a smart console for the same. And in last video we have completed our SMS or management server installation. I have given a bit more memory space here, so let's see how it reacts. uh, Let me see where we are now. Okay. So meanwhile, let's let's start this SMS. I hope my PC will not get hung because of the huge RAM, but however we need to start this machine. Okay, this guy is also finished. Let the system get rebooted. It will take a minute or two to get rebooted. Meanwhile, let's see the SMS. It's starting. Let's get ready with the IP address 192.168.1.254. Okay, it's still rebooting. It will show you here. Yeah, it's still rebooting. What about the SMS? Okay, it's also starting the system. Also guys, keep in mind, whenever you install the gateway and if you want that gateway to be communicated with the smart management server, always you need to have at least a two interface to be configured, one as your internal and one as your external. Because if you don't have those interfaces in a place, when you establish a secure internal communication between the gateway and the management server, it will ask you to fetch the topology, and if it not see there is only one interface and there is no another interface for the internal or the external side, it will throw you an error. So always keep in mind. So we just need to give the IP address to the second interface, which may be the internal IP address. Okay, let's see SMS. Okay, SMS is started. And how about this? Okay, the gateway is also rebooted. Let me log into the gateway. Meanwhile, let's log into the SMS as well. So here, when you go to the network interface, if you want to add new IP address, I mean the interface IP address, you always need to go to the network interfaces. And here you have to just do the edit, always check box, and you need to enable this IPv4 currently we have. So I'm just giving the IP from that. So 10.1.1.1. For now I'm just giving anything for testing purpose. And your subnet mask, rest thing will be okay. Okay, it look good. Let me see if we able to log in to the SMS. Always remember, when the SMS started, it takes some time to initialize internally. So always remember, you will get little bit delay when you log into your SMS from Smart Console. Earlier with the oldest version, it was not the process was not like that. We usually get early logins, but here it takes time to initialize because it's a huge database, and too many services need to be run in the background. So we have to wait couple of minutes to SMS to get started. And if you want to look more into that, you just have to come here. This is my SMS. Log into the SMS. Okay, login as admin. Give it a password. And from here, let's see if I can run cpwd underscore admin. Paste that command. So here you will see what is the status of the services we are running. So everything looks good, everything is established. E stand for establish, and if you see something like a W, it's like a waiting state. So for now everything looks good. Let's see uptime. Okay, let's say top. So if you see, the processes are also running well, so I believe we should able to log into the SMS without any issue. Enable. Let's try if we are able to ping. I hope we will. Ping 192.168.1.254. Yeah, we are able to ping. So let's try one more time. To log into the R81.10. Now it's loading the data. Once we are in, we'll be doing the secure internal communication with the gateways. Give it a minute. So guys, this is all new R81.10 console, smart dashboard. So first thing what you need to do, I'll just walk you through the options here. So if you see here, first thing is your security and gateways and the servers. This gives you overview what gateways you have installed, what SMS you have installed, what VSX or virtual systems you have installed. So it will give you all the overviews and the status, what is the hardware you have used, what CPU using, you have any recommended updates, and much more things. At the bottom you are able to see there all details, whichever the product version you have installed, what is their license status, what are the policies and blades you have activated and everything, right? Then second tab, there is we call it a security policy. In security policy, it will give you what are the security policies or the rules you have configured. So in security policies, it will help you with the configurational part. So If you wanted to do some sort of a package configuration, for example, right now uh, I am saying I am in a standard package. You can change the package, you can, you know, configure the policies. By default we get come up with the cleanup rule. So what this rule means, whatever hitting to uh, this gateway, bit any source, any destination, the policy will be dropped. Okay, so once you install the policy, uh, your gateway, if you not allow anything, your gateway by default drop anything. Then you have the NAT policies, then you have STTP inspection policies and a lot of things. We will see all those stuff one by one, but for now we will only restrict to this video to have the secure internal communication between your firewall, your gateway and your management server, right? So let me go to the gateway and do the secure internal communication with your management server. Now let me show you a few options from where you can do these all options, right? So from, if you see here, there is something called like a, you know, a star, this option. If you click here, you will see what you need to configure newly. First thing is your gateway, then cluster, VSX, more whatever you want to configure. For this video I'll be just configuring the gateway, so just click to that. Then you have a wizard option, so basic wizard option, which you can go ahead and, you know, configure your gateway using, you know, simple wizard option, or you can use classic option. So wizard option is the old one, we will go with the classic one. Let me see. Let's wait for a minute because the system is a bit slow. Let the wizard option, or sorry, classic option pop up. So if you see, these are the properties, checkpoint gateway properties appears here. You have to give your gateway name, you can give whatever you like. I'm giving gateway 1 and the IP address 192.168.1.1. If you like to give any sort of colors, you can give that. We don't have to do this dynamic address things, right? Now here, this is your open server R81.10 Gaia. Now what blades you want, for example, if you want IPsec, you just select that as well. And if you're looking for any other things like your filtering, identity awareness, for now we are good with the IPsec. And remember, these guys will come by default. Advanced networking clustering with secure, excellent dynamic routing will configure. Now you have to come here and to establish SIC. This is the important thing, secure internal communication, which we call SIC. And then the status right now you are saying it's initialize. To do all this initialization, you have to come here and click communication. Let me see. Okay, now here it's your open appliance. This is a one-time password which we gave to the gateway, like a SIG password, when we installing the first time wizard of the gateway. I'm giving the same password here, and I'm clicking initialize. Okay, look like the trust is got established without any issue. And if you want to test your status of the SIC, you have to click this option, right? So I am just seeing what is the status of my thing. Okay, SIC of the gateway is communicating and everything is got established. If you click OK, it by default download your topology what you have. And keep in mind, if you don't have this thing like two interface at least, it will give an error. So here, close this thing, come to the network management, the next tab, next option, and from here you need to define basic things like what is the topology for your current configuration. Click to the edit, and here you have to tell, okay, so this is your internal or external network. Okay, so if you see ETH 0, I'm considering this is my external network for now. So here if you see, there is something called anti-spoofing. This is very important step, guys. You have to select your anti-spoofing option well. So always remember, if your firewall is external facing and you want to protect your firewalls from spoofing, then you have to come here and select this option as a prevent. And if you have some external servers which are legitimate and you don't want to do anti-spoofing check for that, you can come here and give those options like don't check packets from this thing, right? So it's a external interface, so I'm just putting like override. This network is not internal, this network will be external. That what I wanted to tell. So here if you see, there's an option called internet external, internet external. So this is external network, and I just want to say okay, and then again okay here, right? And the other guy, ETH1, I wanted to tell this is my internal network, so I think by default every setting is there for that guy. So this is internal network, and usually internal network we don't do the anti-spoofing to prevent communication issues. So I am putting it in a detect mode, so whatever the thing happened with the anti-spoofing, I'll be able to log. See, spoofing track log. So okay, finish. Yeah, so this is what you can log in as a web UI portal. That is fine. And now important step, as I said, the SIC is got established. Now you only have one rule there, which is your cleanup rule. So to allow your communication happen with your firewall, you need to have a stealth rule, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to right click to this rule and I'll say okay, new rule, add above, and from here I'll be adding one rule which I'm calling as admin access. So at least for now I should able to access my gateway with my whatever the system I have configuration I have with my systems. So for now I'm giving it as a let's see, let me show you one more thing which is important here, right? So I wanted to create an object which denotes my internal network. So if you click this top thing, let me show you this guy, uh, the king crown, what it's showing here, right? If you click that, uh, you will get a lot of options. So here just first do that, open Object Explorer, and here create new object. Always remember guys, do this method. What usually we do, we for a simplicity we do it from here, but I will recommend always do it from this option, Object Explorer. It will give you more visibility. So here what you want to do, you want to configure a new object, network object. So click OK, network object, and give your network. So I'm giving a large range of my network, 192.168.0.0 is my network, and I will say this is my network, and the mask I will use is say 16. So I'll give it like M16 for the my betterment. So 192.168 1 dot, not 1 dot, 192.168.0.0, and subnet mask will be 255.255.0.0. All right. NAT, for now I'm okay. I don't want to take this thing to the network. I'll be showing that part in a network netting video. So I'm just clicking OK. Now the network object is added. Let me close. Let's add that guy here. So let me say click this add button, and here let me click again. Here let's search that option. Okay, it's here. Now that is added. Now the destination will be your, for now I'll be putting like any, right? I want anything to be get access. So if I say any here, action should be accept, server application I want any for now, and it should be logged whatever the traffic I am hitting with that. Here also remember with the cleanup rule, whatever the things is coming up you need to log. So if you notice the things what they have changed, here they have give you an option whatever you want to configure. So if you configure switch to defaults, I'm just showing you what happens if you go to that switch to defaults. So you will give they will give you what source, destinations, and service application you can give it from policy setting. We'll talk on this later, but for now just install this policy. So let me come here and say install policy. Keep in one thing guys, when you say install policy, by default whatever the sessions we have performed, whatever the activity we've performed, if you see here the 19 changes we have made, those got published. You don't have to come and push publish button here separately because it's automatically get published. In case if you don't want to install the policy right away, you can use that option like publish now and install policy later, right? Now I'm saying okay, install this policy to this gateway, and it will take a minute or two depending on your configuration. The policy will get installed. If you see status here, what is happening with your policy. So let's wait for a minute to policy get installed. So if you want to see what happens in background when you install the policy, you come to the SMS and run the top command. I hope it's still installing the policy while I'm running the top command. So all these things you need to observe, what are the processes are coming into the picture while you installing the policies. So see, there is something called init is getting initiated. Today I'm going to show you how you can use your checkpoint evaluation license for your labs, how you can import a license from the CLI. For that you need to go to the checkpoint firewall site, and then you need to sign in with your account. Basically, if you don't have a sign-in account, you need to go and register yourself using the sign up option. So if you click that sign up option, you will create your own account. Let me show you how you can import a license from the web UI as well. First you need to log into the web UI. There is some option present. If your account is locked out or the evaluation license is got expired, you can use this option as well. So if you come to the all the way to the bottom to the user management, there is something called in maintenance there is something called license status. So if you see, there is something called offline activation. So here you can add your license file if your demo license is got expired. So this is kind of handy when you having trouble to log into your SMS. So guys, from here you need to put your details, and once that is done, you just have to log in with your username and the password the way I'm logging. So just log in to your checkpoint account. So I have already the video mentioning all these details, how you can create your own account. That's why I'm not covering that part. So this is what you will see once you have your details in place. I have put it my dummy number. You like a telephone number. You can use your own number here, and you put the details as I can show you. I mean, you can see on your screen. So put these details and create your accounts, and once that is done, you will direct it to this page. From here you need to create one more account for your license part. So for that you need to go to the next page, which they call the license evaluation page. Over there you need to create your own account, and on that account you need to have to provide your company details. So and it's something like whenever you register your account with the checkpoint, how you will this is the way you will get the things over there. Yeah, so this is all-in-one evaluation. So all the blade module license will be covered in one license if you select this option. And there is something called other evaluation option, where you will select specific deployment option, like if you have a VSX, MDS, or whatever the special configuration with your lab or with your gateway. You can generate a license for that from this, even the cloud also, cloud guard. So whichever the license you need to have, you can go ahead with the other evaluation option, and from there you need to pick the license details. So this is all about the other evaluation option. So now let's go back again, and let's click next. And here you will see the product evaluation information. Here you have to here you have to put a user center account details. As I said, this is also the account what we need to create. So uh, let create this account and come back to this page, so that with the reference of this we will have details in place for the licensing purpose. For that, go to the asset information, and from here go to the product center, and for there you have to it will ask you to create one account. So here you have to create your own account. As you can see, there is no account present here. There is an option create an account. You have to select that option, and you need to fill the basic details, like this is a new customer. For example, you are acting like a customer and providing details accordingly. So put your company name, Firewall GAN, that is what I refer here. The account name is optional, but give it details. The industry you are in, basically we are into the information technology or the IT, but here you can select as per your company details. So I'll be selecting something like others. The size is small, so for now I'm giving like less than 10. And the website name, so I'm just giving a random website name which I had created back then, but you need to have something valid here. So give the website name, then you have a telephone number. Provide the your telephone number, and is a company is controlled by the government agency? No. The address details, put the address where you reside or where is your company is right now. Then put the city, country, zip code, whatever the details needed over there, and the account will create once you specify all those details, and just submit it, and it will pop you up for the account got created sort of message. Let me scroll it up. Yeah, the account is got created. You have the number and the rest of the details. Now we'll go back to the product evaluation page, and over there we'll be selecting the this account, and we'll be creating the license file. So here all in one. Next, now in the drop down list you'll be able to see your account. Select that account, give the management server IP address for now, which is 192.168.1.100, and the purpose of the evaluation, so give it like what is exact your purpose. For now I'm giving like evaluation of the software blade feature, and then click accept the policies what they have, and then you need to click get evaluation, which is located at the bottom of your page. As you can see, yeah, details is correct. Let me click get evaluation. Yes, and in the background the license generation process is happening. So let's wait for a couple of minutes to get license generated. In a minute it will show you up that the license is got generated, and you can ready to use it for your lab purpose. Yeah, it's got generated. If you little bit scroll up, it will give you the message that your resolution has been successfully added to the UC account. And if you come down at top, all the way to the bottom, there is something called back to the evaluation and get license file. So if you click get license file, the license files will be emailed to your account, and from here also it will get downloaded. So both the options are there. So if you see, the file is getting downloaded, and next step is that you need to go to the CLI. From there you have to copy paste the instructions for the license details. Copy paste the license details using the command for the license to be entered, and then you can see the license is get generated. So this is how if you open that license file, this is how it looks, and basically you need to put these details into the CLI to get the license file generated. So the better option is that go to your go to your email, and from there the license file is sent to you. From there you can get the details about the commands and the steps how you can get the license details in place. So this is also the option where you can put the license details. There's something called license and status under the web UI maintenance option. Offline, here also you can copy paste these details. From here you can have your license imported as well. This is a kind of choice where this is a kind of tough choice, I believe. Better go to the CLI and put the details. Otherwise, if you don't have the CLI option as well, you can just come here and put your license details. So I'll be going to the CLI now, and from the CLI I am going to put the license details. So log into the CLI. You can perform this action from the expert mode. Right now I can see the lock is enabled acquired by the admin, so let me get it override. Now, as I said, go to your email ID. Over there you will get the license file details. From there as well you'll be having the entire syntax for the license copy details, or you can copy paste it from here. It's up to your choice, but let me go to this email ID, and from there copy paste the details. I'm just logging to my email ID. If you see, I think the email is generated from the checkpoint side, but that entered into the I believe in a junk folder. Maybe the Outlook has not recognized the site. So if you go to the junk folder, yeah, if you see there is a email from the user center and the details about the licensing part. So simply, if you don't remember the command, just come here and copy paste the details. So there is different options they have given how you can put the keys into the from the CLI mode. Generate the license from the CLI mode. Just copy paste the details into the your SMS CLI from the expert mode. This is I'm in expert mode. I'm just copy pasting details, and once that is done, just press enter, and it will give you the message that okay, this licenses what we have done, we have created is got put it into the SMS. So now I'm just logging to the SMS, and I wanted to go to smart update option, and from there I want you to see the license file. And from here you need to go to the license and contracts, where you will see the licensing details. As you can see on a top, after the package management, there is something called license and contract. From license and contracts, you will get the details for the license, so click that. And as you can see, the license what we are seeing here, it's still showing the today's date, but there is a key which you can link your files. So you just have to come to the gateway, select the we have the, I think, SMS license in place, so select the SMS, and select the SMS and right click and say attach license, or a get license, sorry, select the get license, and you will get license details here. So this is how you can extend your 15 days lab, trial license for your lab to 30 days. We are going to discuss one more important interview question of checkpoint firewall. Whenever you get interviewed for checkpoint firewall, this is the basic question they used to ask. The interviewer, they used to ask, what is difference between cleanup rule and stealth rule? In cleanup rule, gateway supposed to drop all the unnecessarily traffic hitting to the gateway, and we should log those traffic, so you are able to view those traffic from smart view logger or smart view tracker features. Whereas stealth rule gives you flexibility to have your firewall or gateway transparent to the users. So the only user who are authorized to access the firewall, they only able to access the firewall, and rest of the user, for them the firewall will be transparent. This is how the cleanup rule look like. Cleanup rule always plays the last. If you see on a screen, the last rule, the number 14 rule, is a cleanup rule, so that all whatever the traffic you need to allow, it's supposed to place before the cleanup rule. So as shown in the screen, you will see simply syntax of the cleanup rule. The source is any, destination is any, VPN is any, services and applications are any, contents are any, action is drop, and the traffic is logged. This is how the cleanup rule look like. Now let's see the stealth rule. It is recommended that place the stealth rule below the management rule. As you see on screen, second rule is a stealth rule. With the management rule, administrator able to access the gateway, and on the administrator or the management rule, we only able to provide access to those admins or the users who are legitimate to access the gateway. You can see the rule number 1, which shows you only the admins are accessing the corporate gateway firewalls, and in rule 2 stealth rule, you're seeing rest of the traffic hitting to the gateway is getting dropped, and the stealth rule syntax is source is any, destination is your firewall or gateways, VPN is any, service and applications are any, contents are any, and the traffic which is not uh, defined to access the gateway, that traffic is getting dropped. So whenever we talk about the stealth rule, we have to consider admin rule as well, as that plays an important role.
Work on a security policy based plan and make our life easy. My purpose is to show you what are the options available here on this security policy plan which you can utilize to make your life easy while doing the administrative work on firewall rule base. We all know on our day-to-day life, the policy installation, the rule-based configuration is plays very very crucial role. So understanding these options are very important. So let's begin. So as you can see on my screen, there are a lot of options here on this security area plane. So why we use or why we have these options here? So I explain one by one. So let's begin with uh, one of the important option, which is here. If you see these three dots, let me mark for you. These three dots, these are the important three dots, I would say. So if you just click to these three dots, you will see these options. And here, the one option which I have highlighted is very useful for our day-to-day life. So action. What does action do? If you come here, there is something called go to rule. When we do the policy installation, before that we do the policy verification. Sometimes what happens, you know you get an error message stating that rule, for example, X is conflicting rule Y, and if you have say 2000 rules, for example, so going to rule X directly is headache. You have to go through each and every rule one by one, and then you need to reach to this rule, or for example this rule. But it's easy now. You directly use this option, go to rule, this one, and you have to just specify the rule number here, and you can directly reach to that rule. Okay, how? I just show you. You can clear the screen. So here, for example, I wanted to go to rule number 8. Here I'm just putting 8, and when I say okay, this will highlight you the rule number 8, or it will directly go to that rule number 8. If you see here, right, this makes your life very easy, I believe so, because I've been through the administrative work and I know how useful it is. Right now you're just saying, okay, I'm just showing you how to go to the rules, but people don't know these options. Because of that, they do the manual work. They just do the scrolling everywhere and try to reach to that rule, which takes a lot of times of their whatever the daily work. This is the one of the important option available here. Now if you again click to these three dots, you will see the options like install the policy, edit the policy, actions, where you have verify the policies, history, what you have delivered so far, implied rule, you know, then expand all sections, collapse all sections. What this does, if I say expand all sections, I will see all the sections like this. But I want to collapse them. I will click collapse and you will see only the section titles. Right now, next thing, this three lines, parallel lines. If you click to that parallel lines, you will see whatever these sections you have configured. For example, let me click here, see these sections. What are the sections you have configured and how many rules are there? Okay, so VPN section, it has three rules. Access to internet section, it has a 4-5 rules. Likewise, so if I want to directly reach to this section, I just come here and click here. It will take me to this section and you will walk. whatever you want to do from this section. So this option is very useful. Then there is something called add rule. You can add rule above or below as it shows. This is the below, this is the above, right? Very useful. Again, one of the important thing which you must understand, if you have a facility, just I want to click this option. You have a facility to see whatever the work you have delivered on the policy base with this history. There is something called history. If I say, if I select this rule and I go to the history, it gives me whatever the things I have performed over here with this particular rule. If I click to the logs, it will give me logs, how the things happening in terms of the logs, which packets are hitting, what's going on this rule. Everything you can see from these logs. If you click to the details, it gives you details like, what is the source, destination, what is the applications, where it install on, what things we have configured on this rule. If you do this, if you click to details, and there's something called summary, it will give you, who created this rule. This is very important. Sometimes we don't know who created this rule, whether it's an admin or some individual user or whosoever I have access. What date this rule is get created, and what is the hit count? Generally, we in earlier version, this hit count is available here before the rule, but now it's here. So people are thinking like, where the hit count, where the checkpoint took it out. No, it's not there. It's here. If you see, if you want to see how many packets hits to this rule, you can see from here, and what is the nature of this rule. Okay, you will understand from here, right? So I think this is very crucial understanding you need to have when you do the basic checkpoint troubleshooting of the rules, or working on the rules like that stuff. Uh, Again, there are a lot of options you can have if you filter out more and more on these policies using the command line. I will show you that part later. But you don't have to go to the blades from blades like logs or management to see the details. Everything is available here on the console itself. So that is the beauty of this smart dashboard. And if you, as I explained you again earlier also, but I like to explain you, this is also your friend. If you see this search bar, so if you want to search a particular rules or anything like that, you can search it from here, right? You don't have to go anywhere else to look for the rules. So you just have to come here and search whatever you want to search. You know, uh, in the previous video, I have explained what is the purpose of this packet mode. Just go ahead and watch that video. That what is the purpose of this packet mode, and how we can utilize this packet mode for the troubleshooting of the rules and understanding where the packet is hitting. Very important options. So using this search token, you can look for different things as well. There's something here. You can do the filtering, and of course, a useful area where you configure the rule. This is your friend as well. This object bar. So generally, this is a shortcut available. So for this rule, you can create an object from the rule itself, or you want to directly go ahead and create objects. You can use this area, or you can utilize uh, this area to look for the objects and everything. Spoofing. What is IP spoofing? How we can configure same in checkpoint world, in a checkpoint firewall, in a checkpoint gateway. So as I said, we are going to learn about spoofing, then anti-spoofing, and then IP spoofing. Okay, so let's understand what is spoofing. So, definition wise, spoofing is an online attack where the cyber attackers change the address or the source of a packet with the intent to make it seem that it appear from a trusted source. To detect such false or spoof packet, enterprise companies they set up routers, firewalls, and gateways which are responsible for examining each incoming packet and verify the source whether it's legitimate or fake. Anti-spoofing is a technique that detects packet with false addresses. So consider uh, this is your firewall gateway, and here the packet is coming from say your internal interface, and packet is going on this external interface. Consider for that. Okay. Or okay, do it this way. Packet is going out from the external interface. Uh, Give me one sec. Packet is going out from this external interface. Okay. There is a chances that packet which is coming to this internal interface will come from some other interfaces, and that detects by the spoofing. Similarly, whatever the packets, uh, coming to this external interface, okay, whether the direction is this way or that way, I mean the inbound, outbound, whatever it is, if the packet which is hitting to this interface, if it's come from some interfaces which is say you configure as a DMZ or internal, whatever it is. If packet is hitting to this interface and uh, the IP address which uh, look like like external interface IP address, that thing is got detected in a spoofing. I mean in an anti-spoofing. So basically, anti-spoofing. What is anti-spoofing? So anti-spoofing is what uh, is like you know preventing this thing to be get happening. So earlier it was a form of ingress filtering where the IP addresses of the incoming packets are checked at the edge of the network. Now, however, it has been proved that the ingress filtering need to be deployed all across the network for effectiveness. So the anti-spoofing is what the internet service provider or the ISP or the network operator implement in the network. In anti-spoofing, a system that validates the source address is implemented in infrastructure. So basically, it's done to stop spammed or spoofed packet with incorrect IP address to enter your network or leave from your network, right? So let's understand how it is one more time. So say this is your network your internal network, external network, or whatever the network. For now, consider it's your internal network. Here you have firewall, and there is a link between this, and the traffic is hitting from the cloud or the outside world to this firewall. Okay, now your firewall has different interfaces. One is external, one interface is internal. So this interface is call it as internal and this as external for now. So whatever the packet comes from this external side, for example, usually external interface traffic we get, those are the public IP addresses, say 201.2.1, for example. Okay, we are hitting here with this IP address. But however, on the firewall interfaces, the IP address which comes look like your internal interface. For example, your internal interface has the IP address say 192.168.1.1 slash 24 range, and the packet which is hitting to your firewall from the external interface, it look like it's your internal interface 192.168.1.3, something like that. I'm just giving an example for the understanding. So the packet is obviously hitting to the external interface, and it look like okay, this packet is your internal interface IP address, some genuine IP address. So in this situation, firewall think okay, this IP address is something which is in my network. I have configured that, and it process that IP address for rest of the filterings. But this is not need to be happen. This is not this is not a true scenario. So we use the technique called anti-spoofing or IP spoofing here. So let's understand the next part, which is how we can configure anti-spoofing on a checkpoint firewall. So basically, when you go to the security gateway configuration, and if you, for example, these are the gateways what we have configured. If you open any security gateway, you will see the uh, general property page. In general property page, if you see, there is something called network management, this thing. When you double click to this network management, you will see the different interfaces configured. And if you double click to this interfaces, you will see different properties of that interface. And if you look here, there is something called topology, and beneath it there is something called anti-spoofing. So when you click modify here, you will see different options available. Let me explain these options. So basically, this is a configuration for the anti-spoofing. It asks you, okay, whether you want to perform the anti-spoofing or not. Here, if you want to perform anti-spoofing, at what action you need to set. Whether you want to put it like in a prevent mode, or you want to put it in a detect mode. Okay, there is another option as well, right? So if you select prevent mode, so whatever the uh, uh, traffic hit to this interface, it will verify for the anti-spoofing or for the spoofing attack, And based on the algorithm technique what we have with the checkpoint firewall, that that traffic get prevented. Basically it get dropped. And if you want to see that traffic real time, if whether it's a dropping or what happening with the traffic, if you go to the command line, there is a command you can type fwctl zdebug zdebug and then space drop. With this command, you will see whatever the packets are dropping at the kernel level using the anti-spoofing tech feature. All right. So this is how you can just configure the anti-spoofing for the interfaces. And if you want to track that with the logs, you have an option here. So you can log it, you can do the alerting, or you don't want to do anything, you can put like a none. Right? So this is what the spoofing how we configure. Now let's see the different options here what we have. Number one, don't check packet from. If you see this option, if you select this checkbox, it will not check the spoofing for whatever the networks you will define here, whatever the subnets you will define here. So if you want, or there are the scenarios where we have to skip the spoofing for the internal network or the external network which are we feel genuine, and we don't want to do that because of the some application dependencies. You can do that, or you can do that exceptions here. This is your friend, this is your option. Okay, now let's look at these options what we have here. What is saying? Number one, not defined. So if you have an internal network and it is not defined, you can select this. But basically we don't do that. We only select this option which we have like a override. And override, you need to select what interface you have. So currently this is the external interface, so I have selected external interface. Okay, and here IP address behind this interface. If you have selected internal network, we will talk in just a moment, but these are the rest of the options for the internal interface. If you select it as an internal interface, then you have a facility whether you need to define that network defined by the interface IP address or a network mask defined by the routes, or you need to define what is the specific network you need to monitor. You have to just select this part, whether this interface leads to the DMZ, etc., like that. So this is what you can define whether. Now let's look into this option, whether you have a security zone defined. So at what security zone you need to have this spoofing to be configured according to the topology what we have external zone. So you can define these things as per your requirement. Okay, so if you click this guy, it will give you or calculate according to where the interface leads to. So these are the something hints given by the checkpoint. Click on uh, let's see what it says. Let me select it. So basically what it says, updated topology. Okay, that is okay. So this is how you can configure the anti-spoofing on the checkpoint firewall. There is some hint I would like to give you for the anti-spoofing. So whenever we configure the anti-spoofing, the number one thing we need to consider the external network, because as per the best practice and whatever the observation we have so far, anti-spoofing need to be configured, and you have to be configured. It's a must on your external interface. So keep in mind, configure the anti-spoofing first at the external interface, and then you take a call whether you need to have the anti-spoofing enabled for the internal interfaces. You can put anti-spoofing enable for the internal interface in a detect mode as well, if you are sure, or you can have in prevent mode depending on your application requirements, right? So this is what all we have for the anti-spoofing. uh, as I said, if you want to check what packets is getting dropped by the kernel level, you have a command fwctl debug drop. Just use this command on expert mode, right? CLI, and you will get the output.
Initialize tools. Scenario is learn commands to perform basic operation via the command line on the security gateways. This lab will cover basic administrative tools including those in the command line interface CLI. Topics which we will cover: number 1, setting expert password, applying other useful commands, adding and deleting administrators via the CLI, performing backup and restore operations. So let's start. You can see on my screen I have a small topology, but here only we are going to look for a gateway. Topology is I have one MDS server. Under the MDS server I have a few domains and two gateways. For this lab, either of the gateway will help to perform the cell operations. So let's begin. Working in expert mode, Gaia has two modes in order to run some CLI commands. You must be in expert mode to run some advanced commands. So let's log in to the system. I'm just restarting the same session. This is a gateway command line. I'm just accessing. Let me log in as an admin. Give the password. Now, as you can see on screen, it's asking me the lock is already owned by some admin. Use the command log database override to acquire the log. So if you are new to this, this is a simple thing which Checkpoint introduces with the latest versions, that if some other admin is already logged into the CLI and he's working on the CLI, then that log is acquired with that admin. So if you want to get that log override from that admin, you have to run this command. If you see, this is a simple command. Let me copy paste here. Okay. Now to set the expert mode password, you need to run the command set expert dash password, and then you have to enter. So right now guys, I have some expert password already entered. That's why it's already asking me enter the current expert password. But if you are new, I mean the new configuration, and you don't have expert mode password configured already, it will ask you that enter the password for expert mode. So let me put here the password for the old one for the expert mode. Okay, see, now it's asking enter the new expert password. So I am putting the new expert password now. It's asking me reconfirm. Okay, let me reconfirm. Okay, password not match. It's my fault guys. Let me enter new password again, and the confirmation for the password. Right, now the password is got resetted, But keep remember, if you don't save this setting, whatever the changes you have made will be vanish whenever the gateway will reboot or something happen to the gateway, right? So you have to save this config. For that, the command is save and then config. All right, now the config is saved, and now you want to go to the expert mode. You just have to type expert and then give the command, sorry, your password. Okay, my mistake guys, let me put the right password. Right, if you see, you are at the expert mode, and it indicates that this is the expert mode for the gateway 2, right? I'm just clearing up the command, sorry, screen. So here, as you see, once you in the expert mode, you are in a separate shell. Notice the difference in the prompt when you are logged into the expert mode. As I shown you earlier, it was showing the basic mode, and now you are at the expert mode. Now type the exit and enter. Now see, you are exited from the expert mode and now you are at the standard mode. This is what you see as a standard mode. Now from the CLI, let's run the command, say tcp dump nni ath1 and enter. If you see, you are not able to run tcp dump command from the standard mode. So basically, why we have expert mode, so the commands like tcp dump and whatever the advanced commands available, we will have to run from the expert mode only. So let's log into the expert mode. And from here, let's run the same command, tcp dump nni ath1. You see on my screen, the command is run and you are seeing a lot of packets are processing. Let me put Control C here so that I got exited from the TCP dump output. Now let me press exit again. Now if you see, I came back to the standard mode. Now I am applying the command which is works in a standard mode as well as in expert mode. There are many commands commonly used in troubleshooting on the gateway commands. So let's try with fw. So I'll be typing command fw stat and putting enter. It gives me whatever the policy I have executed or whatever the policy is installed with the current gateway. If you see, this is the policy name and this got installed on this date. Okay, right? Now if I do the command fw unload local, it gives me error. Oh sorry, not an error, it gives me output stating that whatever the policy I have installed, which is got uninstalled. Now see, uninstalling the security policy from your gateway, and this is something I have received. which is I don't think so causing anything here. Let me run again fw stat. Right, so don't worry about this thing. This is a VMware environment, so you'll be getting such things. If you see here again fw stat, now there is a no policy is installed. Whatever the policy we have installed, that is got uninstalled. So if you write command fw stat, you will see the same thing here. All right, now let's run few more commands. Keep in mind you can run same command in expert mode as well, so I'm just showing you that. Let me go to the expert mode. From here, if I do the same command, you will get the same result. So let's me go back to the standard mode. Let me run the command fw version. So if you run the fw version command, you will see whichever the latest whichever version software version is installed in your checkpoint gateway. So right now I have installed R80.10 Gaia OS with the build 439. So if you run this command, whichever the version you have installed with your gateway, it will show you that. Now from here, let's run another command, say show interface, right, and then press tab. It will give you option which interface you need to show the details of those interface. I'm just putting say ATS0. So it will give you whatever the interface configure with. So this is what the MAC address the interface has, whatever the empty is there. Then what is the IP address you have configured for this interface, it will show you that. And the other statistics, like what are the transfer and receive packets and the bytes and everything, what are the errors you will get, everything is there. Right, let me clear this. And you can also run say show interfaces. So it will show you whichever whatever the interface you have configured, the list of those interfaces, right? Now let's run the command called show route. So whatever the routes you have configured, the show route command gives you output of that. This is a simple lab demo, so I don't have much thing configured, but I am showing you the commands and their significance. So show route gives you whatever the routes you have configured, right? If you go to the expert mode, sorry, expert and the password, let me clear the screen. And from here, if you type the command net stat dash rn, you will get more detailed output, right? If you like to have output in this format, you can run this command to see your routes, or you can simply type route to get the result. But every time you will see the different output depending on your requirement. You can use these commands, right? Now let me show you another interesting command, which is fw get ifs. Basically, fw get ifs commands gives you your interface currently configured with the IP addresses, not the old interfaces, and what IP address and the subnet mask they configure with. So if you want to quickly look the configured interface and what is the IP address and the subnet mask configure for that, you can use command fw get ifs, right? Now I would like you to see how we can use Clish to support multiple administrator to the regular shell config. So we can create an administrator named Sam and give him a password, say VPN123 or whatever the password you can give it to that, and we can access the uh, our admin console using that, right? So let me exit and go to the standard prompt. Let me clear the screen, and here I'll use the command add user Sam. Give the user ID to it. You can give anything. I'm giving say 200, and the directory where it will reside. By default it resides at the home directory, but let me give it like that, and Sam folder. Let me enter. Warning, must be set password and role before user can log in, right? So here you can set the role and the password for the user. So first let me set the user Sam password. So I am giving here say VPN123. This is the password which I need to give. But before that, the syntax is we need to give new password to this SAM user. Okay, so VPN123. So set user, okay, typo. Set user SAM, new password we need to give it to him. You have to type this new pass and the password VPN say 123, enter. So you have given the uh, password, and now we have to set the RBA user roles for Sam. Let the type command add RBA user Sam and give the role admin role, right? You have to be specifically type this if you want to give the admin role, right? Let me enter. Okay, now let me type show users. If you see the SAM user with the user ID is configured with the admin role, right? Now if you want to delete this user, you have to just use the command delete user and the username, which is Sam. And if you say show user, You see the user is got deleted, right? Let me clear the screen. And now let's see how we can add the backup from the CLI, right? So the command is add backup local. Creating a backup package, use the command show backup status to monitor the creation of backup. In order for the backup effective, you should copy the file outside the machine. That is fine. Now let's use the command show backup status, and as you can see, the backup is get cop generated and copied into this location. So today's date and the whatever the things it has. So this is what the backup creation date and everything, right? And if you want to copy this backup, what you have to do, you have to go to this directory, say from expert mode, you have to just say cd and copy the path, and from here if you type command ls space lh, you will see the backup file which we have just generated. You can use WinSCP or whatever the FTP client you have to get this file out of this gateway. Alright, let me clear, or it's okay, let me show you one more command. So let me exit from this export mode, and I wanted to show you how you can restore the backup. So the command is set backup restore local, and after that if you press tab, it will give you the whatever the backup you have. So if you have a multiple backup, it will give you choice, but right now we have only one backup, so we are seeing the one backup. And after that if you press enter, it will say restoring from the backup package, use the command show restore status to monitor the progress. After the restore operation is completed, the system will restart itself. So make sure before restoring the backup you have to have time taken for the gateway reboot, right? So if you see executing pre-script uh, pre-restore scripts, so use the command show restore status, and after some time, once the backup is restored, this gateway will reboot.
In this video, we are going to talk about on Smart View Monitor gateway feature. Uh, if you suspect that the firewall's overall CPU usage is getting high during the period of intermittent slow performance, or you can see suspicious looking CPU utilization spikes in the firewall history reports of your firewall report or a smart human report. So it is a critical to catch the firewall in the act, so you can run tools like smart, uh, the CP view on a top to determine what precisely is happening during the whatever the incidents occurred. In a smart view monitor GUI, you have a various features which will help you to settle down the things before that is happening. You can uh, have the alerts for those things, have the mails for those things, and within a time you can rectify the things. So let's go back. Let's go to the smart home monitor, and from there let's see how this thing works. So guys, if you don't know where the new smart home monitor options comes in R81.10 Gaia, so basically you have to come to the logs and monitoring, and here at the bottom if you see tunnel and user management, you have to click that, you need to click that, and then you will come to this smart home monitor feature. In a smart home monitor, when you come to this left side, there's a company called Gateway Status, and you have the very first option, all gateways. We're going to talk about that. So when you click to that option, you will see this gateway list here present. So when you want to work with any of this gateway, what you do, you just have to click to that gateway and click right click to it. Then there are options occurs. So the specific option I wanted to show here is configure thresholds. When you click to the configure thresholds and then you go to the global properties or settings, you will see the options here how you can configure your firewall or gateway thresholds. So very first option you will see there's a CPU uses. It's more than, for example, you say the CPU, if it's more than 70%, you should get an email or alert. It's up to you. So you will set like that. Again, if you want to check if your free disk space this goes more than say, I mean, less than say 10% or 20%, you should get an alert or email for that. Okay, my this space is is have a low. I mean, my firewall has a low disk space. Then there's something called status connections. You can monitor that. Then you can monitor your policy, firewall policy, if it's installed, not installed. Uh, if the firewall policy get installed or not installed, you will, I mean, here's the only option, not installed. If it's not installed, you will get an alert on email. Okay, due to one of the other reason the policy is not getting installed, so you can look into that. uh, Here my main option which I wanted to show you, those are like policy, install time, and policy name. So consider the scenario where a colleague of yours who makes some big security policy change, he installed the policy to the firewall, and then uh, he just left for the lunch and forgot their cell phone on desk, and somehow you are getting a call from the help desk that 10 minutes later after he installed the policy, and the call is concerning about various issues that are occurring, you know so wouldn't it is better or nice to receive an email right before that, or letting you that something is in the firewall policy what's got changed recently? So for that you can utilize these options. For example, firewall policy install time change, firewall policy name change, something like that happens. It should you, I mean it, you should alert it or you should get an email for that. So you know that okay, the policy got changed by the colleague, and after that this issue is getting started. Likewise, you have many other options like synchronization state. For example, your cluster state is not synchronizing that time. If you receive an email that okay, right now my cluster state is not synchronized, there may be some issues, right? For the security management server here, so it's benefit for you, right? So there's something called QS policies. If you are configuring the QS things and something is not happening well, you can alert those things. So this is how you can use this global threshold feature settings to manage your gateway well. Your admin work well. Let me click OK. So that you have a lot of options here, just right click to this. It will give you the number one option like details on your gateway, what is configured, what versions are there, which kind of version is running, and the policy status and VPN status and everything. Again, if you right click to it, if you go to the gateway license option, you will in a click you will see okay, this is the expiry date for your license and what are the blades and everything is activated. You don't have to go to the command line or smart update. Here itself you'll be able to see all those details. Then if you want to monitor the VPN tunnels, you can monitor from here. Monitor remote users, you can monitor from here. Then again, the important part is like if you want to do the failover or you want to do some upgrade and you want to stop your cluster member from here itself, you can stop or start it from here. For example, I'm just going ahead and just stopping this the cluster member to give you live demonstration. I just stopped the gateway one, and it will take some time to sync. If you do something called refresh, it will immediately show you that okay, this gateway is at a problematic state, and now only one gateway is going on. And like that, you can see at the bottom as well what error is with the gateway. Right? If you want to do more things, you just go ahead and do the putty to your gateway and check the status. For example, I'm just logging now to the the current active one, and I will just run the command for the clustering. Let me go to the expert mode, and if you see here, I'm just going to run the command cpha prop status, and you can see the gateway number one is at lost stage, and the another gateway is at active stage, and the failover is occurred, right? Now I'm just going ahead and just making that member up, and once I do that, I just have to do the refresh to check the latest status on that. And same you can do it from the CLI perspective. Just go there and run the same command. Now you can see the gateway is at the standby mode, right? The first one. And here also, if I do the refresh, it will again come to this stage, okay stage, right? And there is a one more option which is important, which is called properties. So right now you're all seeing these properties here. So if you see there's a cluster Excel, cluster started, something like that. If you don't want these options here, for example, these are the options. So this space, IP address, cluster Excel, cluster status, and everything. If you don't want anything from this option here, you just have to just come here and say remove and click OK, and that option will get removed from here. So guys, this is how you can utilize the simple feature from the smart view monitor blade. uh, like I just explained the one feature. There are a lot of other features also, which will I'm going to explain in upcoming videos. uh, so I hope this content you found informative, and if you like my video, please subscribe my channel and press bell icon, so whatever the latestly upload video will come to you as soon as I'll upload them. For this video guys, that's it. If you have any queries, any regarding the checkpoint firewall, you just have to just ping me the message or uh, uh, comment box, and I will respond to you on that. For this video guys, thanks for watching this video, and have a wonderful day. Video we are going to see how we can prevent attacks like DOS attacks or DDoS attacks using the checkpoint firewall SAM rule. And also we are going to see if you implement the SAM rule, what will be the impact on the firewall processes, firewall CPU, firewall memory. So this video is very informative, so please watch this video till the end. As you can see on my screen, I have IPS attacker machine. I just wanted to walk you through what the topology I have. So I have one IPS attacker machine, I have my cluster gateways, I have SMS and Windows Server. Let's go ahead and create one attack to my gateway from this IPS machine. Let me go ahead and select the attacker machine's details. So enter the attacker IP address. It's 192.168.1.21. enter the target machine where I want to execute the attack, which is my gateway IP address 192.168.1.101, and rest of the thing is as it is. Let me select the second option, and from there let me again select the second option for application level attacks, and here let me just keep hitting the attacks to my machine. If you see, the attack is got started, and I just wanted to come to the my smart console here, smart log. I'll just show you how the traffic is hitting to my gateway. So this is what the my gateway, and let's see. If you see the current traffic, it just keep generating, and if you see the top sources, it's 192.168.1.21, and all the traffic is occupied by that top sources. Let's go to the command line and the gateway and observe the traffic from there. I mean the CPU load. I'm just going to the gateway. Let me open it. Let me go to the expert mode, or from the standard mode also we can run the commands. But let's go to the expert mode. Let me clear up the screen so you can see well. Let's run the command cp view, and here you can see how the CPU is utilized. Okay, it's a 6%, 6%, but let me do one thing here for you. If I do some changes to the policy, and I trying to install the policy, it takes, I mean, forever. The processing of this goes down. Let me do some modification here. Say here I want to again have some service to be installed. For now, I'm just saying okay. Let me have some HTTP, or say for example for now telnet service. Okay, I'm just adding that, and let me publish the policy. I just wanted to show you like how the CPU work goes high, because the attack is already there. Okay, and let me see if I can install the policy, and let's observe the CPU load now. So here if you see, currently CPU 0, 2, 3 are under 6%, 4%. Now as soon as I install the policy, if you see the load, it goes 43%, 50%, and sometime you will see it's about to 74 or 100%. Just keep observing these details. All right, see it's 83%, 82%. It's keep increasing. This is what happens when you under attacks. So now I want to go to the you know uh, the policy got installed. Now I want to go to smart view monitor, and from there I want to apply the SAM rule, so that this attacker IP address, consider this is something a bot which is attacking to your network. I want to block this. How I can do that? So let me go to the logs. Uh, from here I want to go to the next tab. If you see, there is something called tunnel and user monitoring. If you click that, you go to the smart view monitor, and let it get open. Once smart view monitor get open, let's go to the menu, from there to the tools, and then there is something called suspicious activity rule, SAM rule. Let's go ahead and add a rule. So you have to apply this rule on your gateway. So gateway 1, for example, give it an IP address 192.168.1.10. oh, it's the source IP address 1.21. It's the attacker IP address, and where the attack is happening, which is your gateway 192.168.1.101. Okay, and for say for next 10 minutes you want to block this traffic, or in case let's have an hour. Okay, now once I say enforce, this rule get imposed without installing the policy. Okay, you don't have to install the policy for this. Let me enforce. Okay, rule got imposed. Let's go back to the your logs and observe the traffic if you have a drop for the latest traffic. So as you can see, the traffic is got blocked by the SAM rule. Okay, now the important key which I want to show you here, that the CP load. Okay, now it goes down drastically. Okay, now it's under 10, 2%, 2%, 1%. Okay, so there is no load on the firewall. Now let's see if we run the command, say fwctl zdebug drop, and if we grab the IP address, which is 192.168.1.21, which is attacker IP address. Now the SAM rule is applied, and you are observing the drops. But how you come to know these drops are due to the SAM rule? You know. So what you need to do, you have to come here to the smart log and just open it. I don't see any uh, statement here which giving me any hint that SAM rule is causing this drop. If I go to this more, okay, so message information is something where you will see, okay, why the traffic is getting dropped. So here is the SAM rule which you have imposed. Because of that, you are seeing the drop. Now, same if you run the command call fwctl zdebug drop and grab the attacker IP address, you will see the reason of the drop from this source to the destination because of the SAM rule filtering, right? So this is how the SAM rule, helps to drop the communication in a right way. As we have observed, we haven't done anything like we impose, push the policy or anything like that. Within this one single click from here, just we added the rule, and this traffic, goes into the down state. Now, if you remove this rule and you uh, again you will see the packets getting accepted. So once you remove the rule, again the imposement happens seamlessly, and now I believe you should see the acceptance logs. Let's wait for a couple of minutes, and in attacker machine, let's see what is the status. This is attacker machine. Now you can see connection is got refused, and we remove the SAM rule. Again the communication is got started, like from the attacker machine. And let me go ahead and see here if we are seeing the logs again for accepting those topics. See, the logs is there, and from this parameter, like a kernel debug, we are not observing any drop anymore, right? Let me control C. uh, Let me go ahead here, and let's just quickly observe the CPU load as well. The CPU view is the command for that. And now again the CPU load is getting increased, say 11%. It's going above the 10%. Earlier it was not. Today we are going to see what is network address translation, Uh, NAT, give me a minute here. Network address translation. So basic learning objective is configure NAT rule on a web and gateway servers. How we can deliver that. So let's start with introduction of NAT. So network address translation NAT allows security administrator to overcome IP addressing limitations, allowing private IP addresses, allocation, and unregistered internal addressing schemes. Enterprise employ NAT for a variety of reasons, including private IP address use in internal networks, limiting external network access, ease and flexibility of network administration. NAT can be used to translate either IP address in a connection, translating the IP of the machine initiating the connection, typically from the client side of connection, is called source NAT, and translating the IP address of the machine receiving the connection is called destination NAT. The security gateway support two types of NAT where the source and or the destinations are translated. So number one is hide NAT. What is hide NAT? A many to one relationship where multiple computers on the internal network are represented by a single unique address. This enhances security because the connection can only be initiated from the protected side of the security gateway. This type of NAT is also referred as dynamic NAT. We will going to see in detail the process, but for now I'm just giving the definitions. And second type of NAT we have is static NAT. A one-to-one relationship where each host is translated to a unique address. This allows connection to be initiated internally and externally. An example would be web server or a mail server that need to allow connection initiated externally. So NAT can be configured on checkpoint hosts, nodes, networks, address ranges, and dynamic objects. NAT can be configured automatically or by creating manual NAT rules. We are going to see that part. Manual NAT rules offer flexibility because it can allow the translation of both the source and destination of packets and allow translation of services. So this is what basic introduction of NAT, what we have with the checkpoint firewall. And if you see, if you go to the security policy, you will see there is an entire tool base for NAT purpose. Here, and if you click to it, you will see all the NAT rules. But before that, let's understand what is IP addressing. IP addressing. This is basic, but we need to understand. In an IP network, each computer is assigned a unique IP address because public IP addresses are very expensive and many enterprises they choose to use a private IP addresses for their internal networks. So we have a class ranges for private IP addresses. Address allocation for a private networks. If you see there are classes. Class A. In class A, we have a range 10.0.0.0 to 10.255 255 255. There is a class B. Class B have a range 172.16.0.0 to 172.31 255 255. And there is class C, which has a range 192 168 0.0 to 192 168 255 255. So these are the private IP range, right? Now let's understand what is HideNet. Okay, let me open a WordPad for you to understand this process. Let's understand what is HideNet. So consider this diagram for the HideNet. This is your gateway, security gateway, and the packet. This is your original packet, which will going to cross the security gateway. So this is your original packet. This packet has a range or has a field. One is your IP port, one is your source, one is your destination. So your port is any port. You can say random port. Your source consider for now 10.1.1.101 and consider your destination 192.168.100.10, right? So now this packet will flow in this direction and there is some mnemonics. I give it as I, and let me create one more block here. This is also a packet. Here is IP port, then here is a source, and then destination, then port. I will put it like 21531, source 172, 168, I mean, let me put it this way. The source will be 172.21.101.1 and destination is 192 1 say 9 dot 100 dot 10, and when the packet will come out, it will give you some mnemonics here, right? So consider this IP address schema. Your source where the packet is originating is 10.1.1.101. Destination where the packet need to go 192 dot 9 dot 100 dot 10, and the other side the destination which we are trying to reach is 192 9 dot 100 dot 10, and the source from the other side is 172.21.101.1. This is the basic diagram. So in HideNet, the source is translated, the source port is modified, and translation occurs on the server side. So if you see the IP address 10.1.1.101 going to destination 192.9.100.10 as the packet hits to the interface. So this point, at the packet hit to this point, we call it pre-in, which denotes with small I. It is processed by the firewall kernel. So whatever the packet hit to the firewall, we call it as a pre-in stage, pre-in stage, and here onwards the packet is processed by firewall kernel, and it forwarded to post-in stage. So here there is a post-in stage which we call big I. This stage we call it post-in stage, big I, where it is then routed to the external interfaces. So this is very important when you do the troubleshooting. So when the first packet hits to the firewall interface, you will get pre-in stage. The packet is processed by the kernel. Then it goes to the next post-in stage where you will see this big I mnemonics. And where when you see this, it means that the packet is routed to the external interface. We're talking about the HiveNet. Now the, the packet will arise to the next stage, which is a small o. We call it as a pre-out stage, with where the actual netting takes place. So pre-out stage, small o, if you see in your debug, it means the netting is getting take place and then is processed by the NAT rules, as we will see. Then firewall modifies the source port and adds the port information to the state table, whatever the state table it will generate internally. The packet translate on a post out stage. Then once everything is done, the packet is reached to the TCP IP stack for the outside interface, which denote post out. In previous video, we have seen what is hide NAT. I mean, what we have seen what is NAT, why we use NAT, and we saw what is hide NAT in checkpoint world. So let's recall why we choose the hide NAT address. I mean, why we hide the IP addresses, what is purpose of it. So the hide address is the address behind which a network address range or a node is hidden. So it is possible to hide behind either the interface or the gateway or a specific IP address, and that purpose we use hide NAT. So this is your gateway, for example, and this is your internal network. So this all network will hide behind this gateway IP address, right? So choosing a fixed public IP address is a good opinion if you want to hide the address of the security gateway. However, it means you have to use an extra publicly routable IP addresses. I mean, choosing to hide behind the address of the gateway is good option for administrative purpose. For example, if the external IP address of the gateway changes, there is no need to change the NAT setting. So that is what the purpose of the hide NAT. In this video, we are going to see what is static NAT, right? So let's jump back to the uh, WordPad and see how it is. So static NAT. A static translation is assigned to a server that need to be addressed directly from the outside security gateway. The packet is typically initiated from a host outside the firewall. When the client initiates traffic to the static NAT address, the destination of the packet is translated. So how it works? Let's consider a simple diagram for the static NAT. So consider this is your gateway and the packet is coming like your this direction. This is the outside world, okay, and from this outside world the packet will come. So packet will be having a form like a IP port, then source IP, destination IP, right? So whenever the packet will come from the outside world, the IP will be the public IP address. So take any public IP address here for now. And the destination is your internal IP address. If it going, I mean, if it trying to reach to your internal IP address, so consider any internal IP address here. Okay. So what are the stages involved? So as we see in a hide NAT, there are mnemonics which come into the play, which is I, small o, big O. In this process also the same thing will happen. So consider when this packet hit to the interface, the small I comes. When it crosses to the interface, the big I comes. When it done with the netting, small o comes. And when it go to the TCP IP stack, then big I comes, right? And likewise, the packet state get changed. Once packet processed by the firewall, the source look like uh, say 65 1.11.1 and destination will be look like 10.1.1.101 as this destination IP address is also get translated from the whatever the IP address you have here. So this IP address most probably is the public IP address, but as a destination IP address, uh, usually when we configure the firewalls as a static NAT, whenever we hit to the firewall, we configure that IP address as a public IP address, and that need to be hit to the internal IP address. So that translation will occur. So this is how it works. So let me give you the packet stages, uh, at which stage what happens. So consider the same scenario here. There is original packet and reply packet. So first is original packet. Number one, the packet from the outside the gateway arrives at the inbound interface, as we see, which denotes small I, destined for the web server or whatever the server which are hosted internally, and it passes the security policies and the NAT rules. So consider 651.1.1 is your destination IP address, and it's hitting to your internal or one of the public IP address what we have. I'm just giving this an example, okay? And then this get translated to your actual internal IP address, okay, which is your web server IP address. So this is uh, what the process will take place. But once the packet hit to your gateway, you will see small I notification in your troubleshooting. If packet is accepted, the packet information is added to the connection table, and the destination is translated to the post inside of the interface. So once the firewall accept this packet, the packet security rule checks happens, uh, the policy imposed, NAT rule get imposed, and once that everything is verified, uh, then destination is translated, that IP address which we have as a destination. This is get translated uh, on the post side of the interface, which we see as I before it's routed. So still this stage, the routing is not happen, and now the packet arrives at the TCP IP stack of the gateway and is routed to the outbound interface. So once this policy imposement, like a security policy, NAT policies, everything got imposed, then packet is get routed, and you will see small o. Packet is get routed, and you will see small o to the TCP IP stack or the outbound interface, and then the packet is then forwarded to the kernel side of the firewall, and you will see big O, and routed to the web server. So whichever the web server you have attached here, the packet reach to there, right? This is how happens when the packet comes from the outside world to the internal network, right? This is, we call it as the original packet. And how the reply will take place? So the reply will be from your say web servers, which we have here. So web server replies and hit the inbound interface. Then you will see a small I of the gateway. The packet is passed by the policy since it's found the connection table as we deliver all this stage when the original packet comes, and arrives at the post inside of the kernel. Then you will see big I. The packet arrives at the TCP/IP stack of the gateway and is routed to the outbound interface. Then you will see small o, and the packet goes through the outbound interface and is translated to the static NAT IP address as it leaves the security gateway. You will see big O. So the IP translation is like that. Here you will see this IP address, which is your uh, private IP address. Then uh, the policy enforcement and everything get uh, uh, take place, and here the packet uh, translated to whatever the uh, public IP address you have, and then it goes to the outside world, right? So when the external server must when the external server must distinguish between the client based on their IP address, HideNet cannot be used because all clients share the same IP address under the HideNet. To allow connection from the external network to the internal network, only static NAT is in use. So this is very important thing when you talk about the difference between the HideNet and the static NAT. So HideNet mostly we use when you have a requirement to travel to the internet or make a travel of your internal servers, whatever you have, to the internet to get the access. So that time you will use HideNet, okay? And here you have a choice giving one IP address or a multiple IP address. But in a certain requirements where uh, something from the outside world need to be access your internal network, and the access should be one-to-one mapping. So say there is a one PC, he want to access your one web server. So in this scenario, this PC will hit to your internal your public IP address, it get translated to the internal IP address and get your web server access. So this is a one-to-one scenario. Here you only have to use static. The HideNet will not use here because we will only providing the mapping from one-to-one IP addresses. That is what the scenario. So HideNet cannot be used because all clients share the same IP addresses under the HideNet. So when you define one interface or one IP address takes uh, this web server to go out. So when the return packet will come, or maybe in this scenario, when this user want to access this web server, if we hit this interface IP address or IP address which we define as a HideNet, because all these web servers are using the same IP addresses to go out, how it distinguish between the which web server is it need to be go. Because of that, just HideNet not used for external to the internal communication. We only have to use static NAT, right? How we can configure manual NAT? Basically, there are three types of NAT in the checkpoint world. One is your static NAT, one is your hide NAT, and one is your manual NAT. So static NAT and hide NAT is sort of easy to configure because checkpoint give you flexibility to configure automatic NAT, and within a single click you can configure the static or hide NAT from the object. But manual NAT is something which you need to you know uh, write the policy, and you need to define the logic for it. So let's see, consider one scenario. So simple scenario we'll see, I have a gateway and I want to access say uh, Google DNS server. So one way I will configure manual NAT is, say I have a 10 PC, 1.1 to 192 or 1.10 to, or you can say 1.20 to 192, 168, 1.30. I have these pieces, this endpoints, and they are going to the outside world to access, say, this web server, which is Google Web Server. And I have a public IP addresses, and I have say around 10 public IP address available with me. Due to that, I have decided to create a NATing for this internal IP address with 10 public IP address, so that I'll be having a better security. So that what I have decided, okay, for this 10 IP address, I will create a range for 10 public IP addresses, which say, consider these are the public IP addresses 192.168 from say 4 uh, I mean 192.168 1.40 to 192.168 1.50. So my scenario is, whenever the IP from 192.168 1.20 to 30 will go to the outside internet or outside world, it should take the IP from 192.168 1.40 to 50. In between, whatever the IP will assign, it should take that IP address. Uh, that is one requirement I have here. And second requirement what I have, let's say I have this gateway and I am coming from outside. So I have say one PC here. This PC want to access some internal server. So I have given him IP address 192.168 1 dot say 21, and he is going to access IP address 192.168 1.100, for example. So I will do again a manual NAT here to do the outside to inside access, and here I will try to provide, say I want to access this internal IP address. We can give it a port, but this will be the example of the static NAT. You also configure the static NAT for this way, but we'll try to configure a manual NAT for that. Manual NAT, as I said, is nothing but the arrangement what you do. You know, you are not using a feature called automatic NAT. So the manual NAT gives you flexibility to define your roles as per your requirement. Okay, so let's start with the first scenario. Uh, Let me create one IP address range. So I go to the object explorer, and if I'll see if I have the IP address range already present. So I wanted to do 192.168.1.20. Okay. So I can see I have already one object created here. I'll just change the name, IP range 20 to 30. So range is already there. And if you see, I have not selected any NAT here. And this is how where you can do the automatic NAT. So let it be like that. And I will create one more range for the my NATing IP addresses for the public IP addresses. So go to the Object Explorer, then Network Objects, and give it a say public range. Say you have 40 to 50, and I'll give it an IP address say 192.168.1.40. Okay, the 40 is the first IP address, and 192.168.1.50 will be the last IP addresses. And if you see there is a no NAT I have configured. Okay, so what error is that? IPv network mask does not match the IPv network mask parameter. 192.168. Oh, so sorry. Actually, I want to create a range. I have selected the wrong object. So come to the network object, and here there is address range object. You have to select that. So public range 40 to 50, and give it a range 192.168.1 dot say 40 to 192.168.1.50. Okay, that's it. Now you have to configure the NAT for it. This is a kind of NAT where you are applying some sort of hide NAT feature. So at the bottom you are seeing manual NAT. Come here, add one rule to below this and say uh, public access to internal servers, that is a name. Then define your original source. So let me have these IP addresses here. Original destination, I want to go anywhere. Original service, if you want to define, you can define. For now, I'm just keeping any. Translation, so my source should be get translated to this IP addresses, which is 40 and 50 range, and translated services will be any installation target will be any. Let me publish this. Let me install the policy. While policy get installed, let's go to the Windows Server, and let me log in. Let me check my IP address, ipconfig. So I have a IP address 192.168.1.21. Let me see if the policies get installed. Policy failed. Invalid any in original destination of natural one. Any is valid only if the matching translate column is original. Let me see number one. So translated source. So this is what the source. Original destination is any. Original service is any. Okay, I have put it into the wrong column. We want it to be on to the translated source because we are translating the source itself. Let me delete this. And now let me install the policy. While policies get installed, let's check the security rules if we have to allow this communication to the outside world. So it says, okay, so I can see rule 6 is allowing this communication. And now policies got installed. Let's go to this server and let's just try to do the HTTPS to the uh, anything like any site, and let's see what natting we see there. This will not work here because we don't have a public IP address, but the packet will load. So let me see how it goes. So let's see. So there is no internet message comes because of we don't have the proper public IP address. But let's go to the logs and monitoring, and we'll see if there is a conversion happen. So this is the IP address, and let's see the packets from today. Let's see. This is the latest packet. And if you notice on this packet, the natting, so as the given range, the NAT is happen 192.168.1.41, and it says natural 1, and this was my source IP address. We use DNS service. It's going to ETS 0 from this IP address. So, I mean, this is what the destination is. And this is what the netting happened. So let's see for the same packet. how the FW monitor give me the output. Okay, let me log into the security gateway. CPHA props that. So right now local gateway is the active one. So let me clear it and let's do this. FW monitor dash E, and let's see if we have FW acceleration enable. I mean secure access enable. So right now I can see secure access status is disabled. Uh, if you see here, so secure access status need to be disabled when you performing the FW monitor for the better output. Let me clear the screen. Let's do it this FW monitor. Let's accept uh, what are the packet coming from the source 192.168.1.21 and port equal to service equal to port equal to 53. Let me see if this works. Okay, command is not correct. Okay. Okay. So it should be something like this. Okay, let me clear the screen. Let me run this. Let's see if we can generate some packets and see what output we get. Let me go back here, try to reach the site. Okay, so we can see the packets are communicating. Uh, let's do the TCP dump from the ETS0 where source is equal to 192.168.1.21 and destination port or simply a port equal to 53. Okay, syntax error. TCP dump th1 source post equal to. Okay. Okay. Instead of host, just put it like a source. Still syntax error. Which item by ES0 is the interface. Source instead of source, give it like host equal to and put. Okay. So if you know these things happens, if you don't know the syntax, uh, you have some important site to generate the syntax. So this is the site I usually give it to my subscriber that go ahead and do that. So here you just have to put it, see what interface you are going for, then source destination source is your 192.168 1.21 and add a filter below, and you are looking for the port. uh, so the port which you are is interested in is layer 3 port, which is your destination only, which we're talking about 53. So let's copy the syntax and paste into this. Let me clear up the screen. So instead of net, I think I have to give source. Let's see if this works. Okay, it's getting worked. Now let's go back and try to generate some traffic to see if we get some packets there. So yes, we are getting some packet, and this is how the communication is happening for the NAT. Okay, now let's do one more thing. Uh, let's capture this packet to a file called manual.pcap. What is the syntax? That's it, I guess. Right. Let's try to generate the traffic again. Let's break it. So it says 28 packet got received. Let's do one more thing. Let's do the FW monitor, capture uh, this output to file say manual 1.pcap, and let's run it again. So some packets got captured. Let me stop the communication. Let's do one more thing here. Change fail bin bash admin. Let me take a WinSCP and capture this packet back to the my machine. I mean, capture this files back to my machine. It's 192.168.1.1 username, password. So these are the two files present. So we are copying it to the checkpoint training and say SAP info files. Let's get it, this file from there. Let me quickly open the Wireshark. Okay, let me go back to these files. So those files are at the location, checkpoint training, pickup files, and there is something called, well, where was the files? Okay, CP info file, manual and manual. So manual we have done for the TCP dump. So let me open that file into the Wireshark and let's see uh, what is the packet flow. So here I am seeing all the DNS packets. So let's say for example this packet 192.168.1.21 is trying to reach 192.42.93.30, and let's see what we can see here. So port 33 is in use. So the site name is there. So whatever the packets communicated, the traffic is getting captured for it, right? But I don't see the NATed IP address in this capture. I believe this is because of uh, we have used whatever the IP addresses. Those are not in the range of public IP address. So let's now quickly look into the FW monitor capture as well. Let's see if we can look at that IP address here. So if you see the important thing here, so you are seeing all this uh, interception point. So packet, for example, consider this packet flow. So when packet hit to the firewall and passes policy, it gives you I, small I. Once the routing happens, packet reach to the external interface, you will get this big I. And then once netting happens, it will give you small o, and then once it goes out, it will give a big O, but in our case, it's not going out. Also, I'm thinking we have used the same subnet IP formatting. Maybe that's the reason we are not observing netted IP. We can quickly do checks, and we can change this IP range to some other IP range. For example, let's go back to the security policy of NAT, and here I have used public IP range. I will change that. Let me delete that range and create a new network range. So this is only possible from here. So let it do it from here. Network. Okay, sorry. More object type. Range. Where is the range? Network object. Address range. New range. Just go for the range of public IP address, which is 10.1.1.10 to 20. 190, sorry, 10.1.1.10, the first IP address, and 10.1.1.20, last IP address. Let's have that here, and let's publish and install the policy to see if we can see the latest changes. Policy installation failed. Let me see the reason. IPS. IPS update failed, that is fine. So the policy got installed. Let me go ahead and regenerate the traffic to see what difference we get here. So I have just generated traffic. Let's go to the logs. So if you see the IP got changed here, let's see if same we can witness with the AW monitor and TCP dump section. So let me run the AW monitor command. AW monitor. Let's go ahead and run the, reproduce the issue. Let's see this time what we get. Still, I'm not seeing the conversion here. It's just giving me the whatever the communication is happening between the source and destination, but I expected that some NAT changes we can see on the monitor as well. I don't know, this is what the drawback or some uh, issue, but let's now do the same thing with the TCP dump. I let 0 source, we can give it 192.168.1.101, and destination port we can give it 53. Let's reproduce the issue again. Oh, so sorry, I have given a wrong source. I have to give source as 21. So as you can notice, we are getting some packets here, but again I don't see the natting part. Of course TCP dump will not give you that, but anyhow the communication is happening, and in logs we see the changes. If you notice, the packet is getting translated. So this is a small demo, a simple demo with trial and errors. Uh, Guys, and welcome back. In this video, we are going to see how we can launch Smart Event and Smart Reporter from Checkpoint Smart Console dashboard application. So once you log into the Checkpoint Smart Console, you have to come to this logs and monitoring. Once you click that, you will see the different tabs here. And once you click, for example, say new tab, over here there is something called reports views. This views stand for smart event, and reports are your all reports. If you have not enabled this feature, you won't be able to see this on to this application. To enabling this feature, you have to go back to your management server object, and from here you have to select smart event options, smart event servers and smart event correlation unit. And once you say OK, you have to install the database so that these blades will be enabled for you. So I'm just installing the database, and once that is done, we will be able to see these two blades. Let me minimize this until the database gets installed. So once the database is installed, you have to Come back to the logs and monitoring, and from here, if you see, there is something view. You can see there is no views item yet because it just we have enabled. It takes time to correlate and process those uh, logs what we are sending towards this management server. So give it a time, and once those logs get processed, you will see those details here. And if you go to the smart reporters, here also we are seeing there's no report as of now because everything is great processing. So this is a simply you can enable smart event and smart report, and you do your work. Hello guys and welcome back. In this video we are going to talk about smart event. Smart event is a management software blade that uses network security information with a real-time security event correlation management for checkpoint security gateway and third-party devices. Smart Events Unified Event Analysis identifies critical security events from the huge amount of data while correlating events across all security systems. Its automated aggregation and correlation of data minimizes the time spent analyzing log data and also isolate and prioritize the real security threats. There are three main components are responsible for producing the log consolidation, correlation, and analysis results. Number one, correlation units, which analyzes logs looking for patterns according to the installed event policies. When a threat pattern is identified, the forward that details or that event to the smart event for more analysis. Then there is analyzer server. Analyzer server receives event from the correlation unit and assign a severity level to event. It invokes any defined automatic reaction and adds event to the event database, which resides inside the engine. The severity level and automatic reaction are based on event policy, which we defines. Ports certain objects from the management server to define the internal network. Changes made to the object on the management server are reflected in a client. The analyzer server defines automatic responses and manages the database. And there is analyzer client. The Windows GUI, the analyzer client is the Windows GUI that displays the received events and manages them for filtering and status. Example like a close events. It's provide fine tuning and installation of the event policies. This is an example of the deployment, an example how the deployment scenario might look during the enterprise. So if you see, there is a component called analyzer server plus correlation unit plus log server. Here are the components, and there is component called analyzer client, which resides inside uh, the actual SOC NOC. We get it the view using GUI. These are the processes which takes the part for all this smart event work. These are the actual processes or we call protocols which all utilize here for doing the respective work. So if you read the description part, so LEA used for the log export API, ELA used for event logging API, like that SAM suspicious activity monitoring, CPMI uses for checkpoint management interface to access checkpoint object database objects, FWN uses for the RPC infrastructure to send commands such as database queries, data queue requests. CPTA is for the event policy installation, and DBSync for the uses of CPMI. And this is how all the components are correlated and how they are interacted with each other. So if the SNMP or a syslog things comes, this is how it goes to the log server. From there, it processes from the correlation unit. So, for example, the flow is like this. Then it processes from the correlation unit, and then it goes to the via event delivery to the analyzer server. From here, it goes to the database, and the rest of the processes come into the picture and how it works. Reporter. The purpose of the smart reporter is to provide an understanding of important events, traffic occurring on the network, and the overall security impact of those events. It provides high-level view, trends, reports, understanding of the detail of the each events, integration with the other tools to modify the security policies, manage event by state and its owner. Smart reporter consolidation rules determines whether to store or ignore the logs that matches them. The key difference is that consolidation policy is based on the logs as opposed to the connection and has no bearing on the security issues. The log consolidation solution diagram is presented on a screen. It illustrates the consolidation process defined by the consolidation policy. So basically, it consolidates how the consolidation policy processes logs. When a log matches to a consolidation rules, it either ignore or store. If it is ignored, no record of this log is saved in the smart reporter system, either saved consolidate to the level specified by the rules. So two types of report can be created. One, standard reports. The standard reports are generated from the information in a log files through the consolidation process to help the relevant analysis of activities. And express reports. Express reports are generated from the SmartView monitor history files and are produced much more quicker. Smart Reporter standard reports are supported by two clients. One is your log Smart Dashboard Log Consolidator, who manages the log consolidation rules, and Smart Reporter clients, who generates and manages reports. The interaction between the Smart Reporter client and the server component applies both to a distributed installation, where the security management server and the Smart Reporter server components are installed on two different machines.
Firewall VPN troubleshooting. So let's get started. Before jumping to checkpoint VPN troubleshooting, let's understand what is VPN and key points. VPN stands for Virtual Private Network, which helps to interconnect networks that are physically not in same location. VPN connection is private, so VPN traffic should be encrypted. When we talks about VPN, we always refer few terms like peers. Peers are nothing but VPN devices or firewall gateways who established VPN tunnel between them. The devices performs encryption and decryption, and we call this thing as a peer. Also, you might heard a lot about term like encryption domain.
People almost think encryption domain is something related to VPN encryption technology or technique, but it is not. Encryption domains are your hosts, hosts, network subnets, and other objects that have to go to the VPN tunnel so that remote site must access them. In simple words, encryption domains is your side and remote side subnets which user will securely access via VPN connection. During this video, I will be referring your gateway IP address 172.22.102.1 as an interface IP address, and 10.2.4.0/24 as your encryption domain from your site. We all know IPsec. It is an open standard protocol suite for secure IP communication. It uses authentication and encryption technique on packets. Below are the protocol used to perform various security functions. These protocols are part of IPsec protocol suite. Let's understand authentication header, AH. Authentication header basically used to provide connectionless integrity and data origin authentication for IP datagram. This is widely used to provide protection against the reply attacks. Next protocol is encapsulating security payload. We also refer it as a ESP. ESP not only provide connectionless integrity and data origin authentication, but also confidentiality. Also provide connectionless integrity, anti-reply service, and limited traffic flow confidentiality. Security association, we refer it as SA. Please note, SA is not a protocol. It is a data structure which provides the bundle of algorithm and data that are the parameter necessary to operate the AH and ESP operations. Internet Key Exchange is a key protocol used to drive IPsec protocol suites and framework. Let's see how. As we know, SA, Security Association, that provides this set of algorithms and the data that establish the parameter to use authentication header and ESP. iKey helps here to provide the authenticated keying material. Here, SA provides the necessary framework for authentication and the key exchange, and iKey helps from creating initial tunnel, initial encrypted traffic flow, and that traffic flow is always unidirectional, as initially one SA forms. So please note, a pair of SA always required to form a tunnel that is bidirectional. iKey negotiation consists of two phases. Phase 1, which we called main mode, and phase 2, which we called quick mode. The negotiation process in both modes can be observed in ikey.elg file. There is an internal checkpoint utility called ikeyview. I will give you a link in a description from where you can download that IKEv file. IKEv utility, so that you can refer your VPN debug IKE.elg and the VPND.elg file, and open those files inside this IKEv tool and see the various packet flow. IKEv gives you details of initial packets flows between source gateway to the destination gateway, or you can say the local site to the destination site, which forms VPN tunnels or VPN tunnel. Let's talk about IKE phase 1. IKE phase 1 exchanges 6 packets, 3 from local site gateway and 3 from remote site gateway. Let's understand what these packets contains. IKE phase 1 has 6 packets exchanged, and below are the details. But before that, let's understand the important term which we call VPN parameters. VPN parameters are the parameters which flows between the tunnels. To remember these parameters, I have given a mnemonics called Haggle. Here H stand for hashing. Those are the hashing algorithms such as MD5, SHA-1. A stand for authentication. These are the authentication techniques such as DigiCert or pre-shared key. G stand for groups, Diffie-Hellman groups. L stand for lifetime. Usually these are in seconds in checkpoint, but some other vendor also refers in a KBs. And finally E stand for encryption, the encryption algorithms like AES, 3DS. Troubleshooting a VPN requires an understanding of the process of creating a VPN tunnel. Following is the IKE exchange process. Phase 1 main mode, negotiate encryption methods such as AES, 3DS, etc. The hashing algorithms such as MD5, and establish a key to protect message of an exchange. The following describes the various stages of phase 1. Phase 1 contains 3 stages. Stage 1, peers negotiate algorithms, authentication methods, and Diffie-Hellman groups. In phase 2, each gateway generates a Diffie-Hellman private key and public key and calculate the shared keys. In phase 3 or stage in a stage 3, peers authenticate using the certificates like a PSK. Each side generates a symmetric key based on the Diffie-Hellman key and the key material exchange between sides. Now let's see and understand the IKE 1 stages with the packet exchange. Packet 1, it checks VPN proposal like encryption, hash, lifetime. Packet 2, this is response packet of packet from peer which gives agreement or disagreement for packet 1 proposal. Packet 3 and 4 perform key exchange. Packet 3 and 4 are the actual security decision maker because your actual key related exchange happens at packet 3 and 4, but these packets never ever helps you to give you any idea during your troubleshooting, because every time you see a large number formation which was never used before, and we call it as a nouns. Packet 5 and 6 perform authentication between peers. If it is fail on this stage, the certificate or pre-shared key has to be checked. Now let's understand phase 2 quick mode. In a phase 2, peers also exchange key materials and agreed on encryption method and establish a key to protect message of an exchange. Phase 2 also has 3 stages of a key exchange. Number 1 stage, peers exchange more key material and agree on encryption and integrity method for IPsec. Number 2 stage, Diffie-Hellman key is combined with the key material to produce the symmetric IPsec key. And finally, number 3 stage, the IPsec keys are generated. Now let's understand the phase 2 packet exchange. Before to understand the packet exchange, let's understand the different VPN parameter passes in phase 2. For phase 2 VPN parameters, I have given a mnemonics like HLIA. H is for hashing, MD5 SHA algorithms, L for lifetime, seconds or KBs, E for encryption, AES 3DS, A for agreed upon the subnets, which is encryption domains. I just brief you about the phase 2 exchange. These are the key points. Just quickly look and we will move to the next slide. Now let's understand the phase 1 packet flow with the example, and this is how the IKV tool shows you the packets of the VPN exchange, VPN tunnel exchange packet. Let's see the packet 1 of IKEY phase 1. You're seeing the IP address 172.24.104.1, which is your local gateway interface IP address, or the IP address which you refer as your main gateway IP address. Encryption algorithm used here is AES CBC as shown in the screen. Just refer the screenshot. This is the actual packet capture from the IKEY view, how the packet shows there. Then there is key length, which is 256-bit. Hashing algorithm used, which is SHA-1. Authentication is pre-shared. Let's see what the packet 2 says. Packet 2, if you see, it is a response from the peer. Here all parameters are matching. like your gateway IP address, encryption domain, key length, hashing algorithms, hashing techniques, and authentication method. When you do troubleshooting, or when you do the VPN troubleshoot, and or when you generate this file and you find first two packets are showing failed, then you have to check these details like gateway IP address ID, which is the interface IP address of your gateway, and the peer, encryption algorithms, hashing algorithms, pre-shared key values. Packet 3 and 4 perform key exchange and include a large number never used before, which we call nouns. As shows value of key is very huge number, so packet 3 and 4 are never used when you do the troubleshooting, and the number shown as a key payload is always get changed. So I can say these two packets are not that helpful for troubleshooting because you are not seeing any details here, and I haven't observed the packet 3 and 4 fail sort of scenarios when we do the troubleshooting. Packet 5 and 6 performs authentication between the peers. The peer IP address shows in the ID field under packet 5 and packet 6. It shows the peer has agreed on the proposal and has authenticated the initiator. So if the packet 5 and 6, if those packets get fail, you have to check the gateway IP address and the authentication method what we have used if there is any issue. Now let's understand the packet under phase 2 quick mode. Phase 2 packet 1, it proposes either a subnet or a host ID, an encryption domain and the hash algorithm and the ID data to the peer side. In the ID field, if you see the highlighted ID field, the initiator's VPN encryption domain of the initiator, and the value is 10.2.4.0/24 subnet. So this is the value we are sharing as an encryption domain from your source gateway or a local gateway or your initiator gateway. And ID field 2 shows the peer gateway encryption domain network. If you see the phase 2 packet 1 or 2 fails, this is because of mismatch in an encryption domain. So you have to check the encryption domain mismatch, or you have to check the encryption domain at the both side what we are sending in a tunnel, and after rectifying it you will be seeing that error pass away. And finally, packet 3 completes the IKE negotiation. Common issues when we observe during the troubleshooting, those are as below. First one is mismatching the parameters. Second one, mismatching the proposals. The classic example is supernetting. Third one is your failed to fetch CRL. Fourth one is your some sort of certificate issues. And the link selection, or you can refer it as a wrong local and remote gateway IP address. So basically, most of the time VPN tunnels are not forms or gives issue because of the proposal mismatch, right? This is how you can use IQView tool to generate IQView tool to see the packets flow, like phase 1 and phase 2. Now let's see how you can generate a ELG file for IQView tool. So at the left side you are seeing the commands and the explanation for it. First, turn on the debug with VPN debug trunk command, and VPN, the command is not shown there, but the VPN debug trunk command and the IKE debug on. So this starts your new debugging process. After running these commands, you need to reproduce the issue. You need to try to send some packets from your source gateway to the destination gateway to generate some traffic, and those traffic logs or the packet captures or the packet flow get stored into this IKELG file, and the location of the IKELG file is $fwdir /log/ike.elg, the file name, and the vpnd.elg file name. Once this happens, you have to stop the debug with the command like a VPN debug off, VPN debug trunk off and the IK debug off. After stopping this debug, the file which are located at the location $fwdir you will get two files, ik.elg and vpnd.elg. You have to take those files and try to view into the IQView tool, and you will see the actual packet flow and which packet is failed and where it causing the issue.
So in this lab, you will be defining a site-to-site VPN between the corporate and the branch office gateway. Say you have your internal network at your corporate office and it's connected to the internet to your branch office. So consider this is your branch office and this is your corporate office, and we'll be creating a tunnel between both. So this is an example of a VPN which we will use as a A certificate VPN based on the Smart Center Internal Certificate Authority ICA. So topics here defining the VPN domains. So we'll be learning how to define VPN domains. Number two, creating the VPN community. Then creating the VPN rule and modifying the rule base. Creating VPN rules. Then we'll be doing testing VPN connection. And finally, we'll be doing the troubleshooting. Okay. So I'll just walk you through the VM workstation environment, what I have right now. So I have one smart management center, two gateway in a cluster. This is your corporate office setup, and I'll have one VPN gateway and the SMS for the branch office gateway, right? So let's log into the smart console and start doing the configuration. So basically, first step we are going to do here, first we verify config and then we'll define VPN domains. So I just walk you through that once the login is done. So this is the basic configuration. Once you log in, you just need to log into your gateway. You need to open the general property page. So this is the general property page of the gateway or a cluster. Here you need to select IPsec VPN blade. And you will see various VPN options here. Number one, this security gateway participated on the following VPN communities. So far, we don't have configured any communities. Also, it says repository of the certificate available to the gateway. So we have a ICA. That's just I told you we'll be creating a VPN tunnel based on the ICA. Now, after verifying the configuration, we'll start creating a VPN communities. So here, when you click this new, there is an option more, and here you will see VPN communities. So we have a two VPN communities, one is star community and one is mesh community. Star community basically gives you flexibility where you will define one central gateway and the other gateways as a satellite, right? So from whatever the communication that need to happen to the other gateway will always pass from central gateway to the other gateway, right? So this is how the star community need to be happen. Here we'll be doing creating a central gateway and uh, the satellite gateway also, right? Let's start. When you click new, then more, then VPN communities and the star community, we will see the property page. Here you have to define all the details. We have not created other gateway object here. For that, we will be doing the configuration while performing the VPN activities. So I am giving this as a VPN dash corporate as a name. It asked me to add a central gateway. We have a cluster one, so I have added that. Then it asked me what is the satellite gateway. So we need to create one. So from here, you can create a gateway. Always select interoperable device, even if it's a checkpoint firewall as well. Give it a name. So it's a branch office gateway from where we are doing this configuration. The IP address is 192.168, say 1.250. Then go to the topology. Okay. Here you have to define what domain you need to add for VPN communication. So here will be defining the encrypt the domains which need to be encrypted. So we also call it encryption domain. Encryption domain. So basically this is the internal traffic, internal host or a network, whatever you want to protect with this VPN, you can define here. So let's now create one network, or we can create host as well. Let me see if we can create the host as well. New, it's giving me two options only. Yeah, let me define one network here. Say net 192.168.1 dot say 5/30 and give it network 192.168. Okay, we can't give here slash or everything. So /30 and the address 192.168.1.5 and give it 255, 255, 255, 252. I hope that is the /32, or else we will change later. That we don't have to define now, but it's better to hide this network behind the gateway. Okay, great. So let me put 4 here. Still is giving me the same error. Okay, let me define that. Now link selection. So if we select a main IP address, it will select the gateway IP address, which is 192.168.1.250, which is this gateway IP address 192.168.1.250, right? And let's see what we have here in advance. Use custom community or whatever you want. So always select one VPN tunnel per subnet pair. I will explain this later what it is. So I think we are good at the configuration level part of the external satellite gateway. Now select the encrypted traffic. Here it giving me an option encrypted traffic, accept all encrypted traffic on both center and satellite gateway, or accept encrypted traffic only on the satellite gateway. So we'll be selecting both. The rule will be applies to all internal managed community members. Log traffic log defined in a global properties log and alert tab. Then encryption. So encryption methods, it's up to you what you want. It's better to have iKey version 2 and it have a iKey version 1 support as well. Encryption should use the encryption should, which is by default they are showing, or you can have your own customized encryption should. So here we always use the strong algorithms, which is AES 256. Instead of SHA-1, go for the SHA-256. Diffie Hellman group is fine. Encryption algorithm and data integrity always 256. and A is always 256 as per the latest standard norms. IKEY Security Association Phase 1 use aggressive mode we don't want. IKEY Security Association Phase 2 use perfect forward secrecy. Yes, it is important, but for now we are not selecting it. We'll be discussing the perfect forward secrecies later chapters. Now we are good at this point. If you want to add any tag for this VPN, you can add, and you can refer that tag for the later purpose, but we won't do that right now. Set tunnels, set permanent tunnel, all tunnels in the community, all tunnels in the specific gateways. So I have a specific video on that. If you want to have a set permanent tunnel and you want to monitor those tunnel, you can select this on all tunnel in the community, on all tunnel specific gateways, on all tunnel in the community. So let's have permanent tunnel for all tunnel in the community. Tunnel down track, log, alert, whatever you want. Let's have a log. Tunnel up track also log, and one VPN submit pair we always give. VPN routing, it's always from the central to center and to other satellite to the center, to center and other satellite through center. That is what we are selecting here. So this is how it looks. Or if you select only center, so this will go. Let's select the second option. Map, we don't have it for now. We are not doing. You want to exclude in service? We don't. Shared secret shared secret. We always need to have to give the password for the communication. Use only share secret for all external members. Each external member will have the following with all internal security member for this community. Nike phase and Nike communication time need to be delivered. So for now, I'm putting same. Let's click OK. Not all external email gateway has. So this is what the new arrangement, what the VPN community have. If you go to the VPN community, with just you have set up, and if you go to the shared secret, you will get the branch office gateway details. You have to select the shared secret, and then you need to edit from here and give the shared secret. Click OK. If you want to re-edit, you can re-edit it. You have to do that again. For sake of understanding that we can deliver that. And click OK. Checkpoint recommend that the shared secret password at least on the character. Do you wish to save the change? Okay, that is fine. And now just install the policy, publish and install. So just access control.